A face only a mother could love. Hello and welcome back. We are here to dunk on bigots again. This is part 2. If you're looking for part 1, it is over on YouTube. Hi, I'm Chesh. Welcome to this shit show. We are watching the Non Sequitur show and watching Steve hit every bigot rock down the canyon he's decided to throw himself into for no real particular reason. I actually have Atlas with us today, who was the guest, like the main guest on this episode of the Philosophy of Pride Month. Atlas, would you like to introduce yourself?
Owls aren't birds. The story behind that is stupid, so I'll tell it another time. Anyways, yes, I was a host on this show. It was a shit show, and I'm gonna get some good constructive criticism here.
Hey, that is the goal.
Oh.
Deadpan.
David, what's going on? You want to say who you are and what you're about?
Oh.
And how you know Non Sequitur show?
Oh, I've been a host on the show. I've also been a producer on. I feel like I understand what X and Twitter employees feel like right now, because like all the crazy centrist right-wing type people seem to be competing to like crash their respective platforms face first into the ground. Like between Elon destroying Twitter and Steve destroying Non-Sec, it just seems like there's a trend.
Yeah, it does feel like that. Are you ready for round 2?
No.
Fair. That's a fair response. Generic, what's going on with you?
Oh, hello. I am Generic Minority. That is no, I'm kidding. What's going on with me is I have to always make myself mentally prepared for Steve, and I know him the least out of anyone here. I've never been on a show. I had no exposure to him prior to being told about him. And everything compounds on him just being stupider and stupider, stupider and stupider. And I'm just here for my psychological professional assessment of him. So I'll just be quiet in the background.
All right, sounds good. Mr. Serious, how you doing? What's going on?
Hey, how you doing?
Why would you do that?
Well, hey, I'm here for round 2 of trying to find these white guys here who are just hoping to God that they can get through this without anybody labeling them as bigots. But they are like dog whistling as hard as they possibly can, trying to make sure that anybody who they don't like, who has no control over who they are, has no platform here or has no room at the table.
To be able to hear a dog whistle.
Right, of course, but it's very loud, the dog whistles that they're blowing, and
They forgot
it's
about
very
that part.
obvious. Right, it's very obvious. So now that we're going through round 2, I just want to remind everybody that the Pride movement isn't what that means.
Excuse me, it's agenda according to Steve.
No, he made that he said he wasn't going to call the LGBTQ plus movement that. He was just going to call it the Pride movement for short, because that's too long to say, because that's inconvenient for him, because oh God forbid we inconvenience Steve.
How?
Anytime anybody brings up the gay agenda, I always imagine a bedazzled trapper keeper.
How?
I've still yet to identify where the philosophy part comes in.
Yeah, I think we've kind of figured that the philosophy of pride was basically, if you come for one of us, you come for all of us. That was the best thing I could come up with at the very least.
I kept trying to figure it out. I even asked it a few times. We'll get there. But like,
Oh.
I just figured the philosophy of pride is like, people hate us and we don't know why, so like let's just be approachable and have fun. Let's have a party. We will party harder, and like the shittier people are, they just continue to party harder.
I think we just
Seems
lost.
to be working.
I think we just lost Thierry, so maybe he'll be back. So we'll see.
Okay.
He did say he had to leave early, so he might just be gone for now. Anyway, welcome. Shall we dive right? I think Manya is also going to be in and out, so we may or may not see appearances from her at some point in time. Are we right? And do you want to cover the naming issue that was going on, Atlas, before we start?
oh yeah, absolutely. Are we talking about the name on the screen, or are we talking about the title?
Both?
That, yes.
Both? All the
Okay,
above?
yeah. Cool. I'll hit both of them really succinctly. The name, my legal name, I told him I did not want that shown. He told me he could blur it. I trusted him on that fact, and the asshole didn't deliver. So go fuck him. And the other one is Atlas the YouTube philosopher. Steve, go fuck yourself. You try to make me look as pretentious as fucking possible. And I'm on here trying to give you the benefit of the doubt that you aren't such an asshole that you would actually be spouting this nonsense, and well, here you go.
Hooray!
You know, when I watched through this shit show the first time in its entirety with Ansgar, and we seen that happen, because I told Chaz, I was like, you gotta see how bad this is, but we were so furious. That, like,
Yeah, it goes there.
They tried to hide the entire time. We're like, he still hasn't fixed this goddamn name. It drove me nuts.
It's pretty bad. It is pretty bad. Steve should really get himself a producer.
Yeah, speaking of, is my audio okay still? I switched to Switch.
You sound great.
You sound good. I'm gonna have to turn you up a little bit though. All right, let's just on my end. So we are just right when I believe we made it to about the 40-minute mark. So I put us back to the 38-minute mark just to give us a load-in time essentially. And I believe Aaron is about to join the call. So I'm gonna go ahead and hit play here, and hopefully the audio sounds good on the outside. I did my best. We'll see.
On minors, and that to me is one of the major.
Woo! I'm awake.
Sorry about that.
I'm awake.
Sorry about that.
Perfect timing.
Man.
It's really
But
quiet
I don't.
for me.
Even if we concede that the surgeries do help, I don't think we can then.
You might need to turn it up on your end.
We have to look at how do we identify these individuals? How do we identify them?
Well,
And
yeah.
there's such a high number of children who come out the other side of puberty who are gay
my lights are flickering.
or lesbian or bisexual or whatever. If you can't competently identify who those people are pre-puberty, post-puberty, then you don't have a justification to act in any direction. Because if more of these children come out the other side of puberty as being gay or bisexual or lesbian or whatever, then you are objectively going to be doing more harm than good if you intervene on every single one of those children who claim pre-puberty that they're transgender.
Is it?
But why wouldn't you want to rely on them to self-identify, since the whole thing is about self-identification anyway?
Because John doesn't believe that people can actually think for themselves beyond a certain age.
Then how does he know he's straight?
Because he's an asshole and he will double standard that shit to infinity.
Oh, okay. So he's just being a hypocrite.
I've talked to him outside of this, absolutely.
I
No,
think it's I think that's true, but it's basically that if you fall outside of his belief, then you're wrong. So if they have they can't be trusted to self-identify if they self-identify outside of his belief system.
Oh,
Right. And
Yeah.
he also plays that that's another thing too why I really don't like this Foley character is like whether they're gay or straight or whatever else. It's like no, you could you know what they are, but you very clearly have like a distinct problem with like trans and non-binary people, and then on top of that you're also an idiot.
Yeah, I've noticed that in watching this back, he uses a lot of sneaky language. I've already talked to Chesh about some other things he's brought up to me that this guy is living in like 2016 still, I think. This guy does not move on mentally from certain issues and will hold on to them no matter what, unless it's like blatantly proven to him that the propaganda he has been consuming is false.
but like, can he even identify? Is he capable of identifying propaganda at that point? Like
Absolutely
he's asking for an outside person, like particularly from a philosophical standpoint, because this is a stream about philosophy, right? It's philosophy of pride. So
Right.
therefore, from a philosophical standpoint, he's asking for an outside person to be able to identify what's going on with somebody internally.
Right.
And so how does he expect to be able to do that
Well, to him,
without
there's a...
reporting, sorry.
Sorry. No, it's fine. To him, it is sort of implied that, like, God, I don't want to just throw him under the bus like this, but, like, that homosexuality is more of, like, an action, it's an ideology than it is, like, just a standard normal existence thing. So there is an extra step for him that whenever I try to get him to go like, what do you mean by philosophy? What do you mean by ideology? He just goes like, well, this. And then whataboutism's his way into, well, infinity.
Great. So basically what you're saying is he thinks that there should be some kind of external factor that other people should be able to utilize to be able to identify if somebody is gay or straight or
pretty much
trans.
He needs, like, he wants to make, so like there is like a part of him to where like I want to be like sweet to him and like say that his heart is in a place that's good. He wants to make sure that people don't make mistakes at a very young age that will like harm them later on in life. That's what I legitimately think he's coming through.
Then he should probably be more present.
To read up more on it.
Then he should probably be more present as a father instead of sitting by this poolside drinking and laughing at his son for having ponytails in his hair.
Wait, what?
That was in this video, that part 1 that we watched. During this stream, he talks about how he was laughing at his son because his son had pigtails in his hair because his son was playing by the pool while he was drinking while the mom was doing all the work with the kid.
I did not catch that. Holy shit.
No, you were getting tooled on in the background when they were just having their old man lemon party and talking about being boomers. You were just kind of sitting there slumped in your chair, and he was like, yeah, I just laugh at my son. My wife's sitting there putting pigtails in his hair. I'm laughing and drinking my beer. And it's like,
and how ridiculous is it that my son has pigtails?
Yeah, to be fair, I was already at the point where I knew I was going to have to confront this in a different way than I planned.
Oh, yeah.
Because I was expecting a open discussion, and what instead we got was, here, these are the people I want to hear from now, let's go. And so then it became, okay, let's hear the dumbest things I hear, and let's tackle those.
Oh yeah, no, that's not in this scenario. That is not exactly something I would expect you to jump on, because not only would that be incredibly confrontational, but would also like it would shut down any chance of conversation if you were to jump on that.
I get there, Chesh. Don't worry. There is a moment in like maybe 20 minutes, maybe less, I believe, to where I just like blow my microphone out for a second because Steve pulls up something we had already discussed beforehand.
Oh, good.
I would like to challenge the idea that John Foley, his heart would be in a good place. Only because like he seems like he's coming across as in the only way he could change his mind is if somebody like comes to him and like throws facts like into his brain, when in actuality this empathy that he should be feeling for people are things he should be like actively searching for, and that's what would be the right place if he had it, but he doesn't. Like he sits and he stews in his hatred because that's where his heart is.
I'm not giving him a pass on that. I'm giving him a pass on the singular argument of like, I want to make sure people are like to a certain psychological state before certain things happen. That's the benefit of the doubt I'm giving him. On the rest of his bullshit, man, fuck him.
Yeah, that's fair.
I mean, I think that there's a fair argument that, you know, if you have a 7-year-old, maybe they don't know, you know, they might want to grow up to be a fire truck, right? Like maybe they're not at an age to be making certain kinds of decisions, but that doesn't mean that they can't be affirmed and allowed to express themselves freely without ridicule, right? Like, you don't need, like, there doesn't need to be this hard line.
There's nothing wrong with letting them play as a fire truck.
Exactly, right? Like, why ridicule and repress and sort of do all this stuff and then act like, well, if we're not going to do that, then that means that we're pumping people automatically full of drugs and planning surgeries, as though that like that's step 2, which it absolutely isn't. It's such a disingenuous.
It's a fear of a process that doesn't exist.
Right.
All right, I'm gonna play on this. I think Aaron's about to come in.
Just one of those things that you think real quick that maybe it was just LGB, the community. You know, if it was just that.
Fuck you, Steve. You know how to say
pushback, it. But when you added in the other letters,
absolutely,
it becomes a big tent. It becomes a really, really big tent where hang on. Let me finish though. It becomes a big tent where each individual member may have different things they want to accomplish, different things that they're going for, and I think there's a tension even between different people in the Pride community because, again, I think that they have very different. I hate to use the word agendas because I know it's very laden, but I think that's a good word. That somebody who's trans may not have the same exact wants to see what they want to accomplish as somebody who's just gay, right?
He is literally arguing that all the individuals might have within a group might have different personalities and ideas and things that they want out of life, and therefore they shouldn't be a cohesive group.
I mean,
It's
I don't
almost
even.
as if Steve doesn't know what the idea of an individual is.
I mean, okay. I just need to shut down this whole idea, this stupid fucking idea in his mind. It's like, okay, look, white people. Oh no, they have different thoughts in their heads. Let's just shut it down. White people, we had a good run, but we all think differently. We have different ideas. We have different agendas. Fuck it. Let's just all just go and jump in front of trains. We had a good run.
I want him to identify to me what the gay agenda is and what the trans agenda is and what makes them different from each other. That's what I want.
I can explain the difference to you between the gay agenda and the trans agenda. One wants to be treated like a normal human being who's allowed to live life, and the other wants to be treated like a normal human being who's allowed to live life. It's distinctly different. Notice the saying in the word "treated normal." That's the big difference.
The inflection.
Yeah. Inflection is yeah. Steve is also a fucking idiot.
I mean, is there even really an agenda, or is this just something that Republicans like to label?
No,
it's just like a label. They're using a buzzword on purpose. Yeah.
Yeah,
and
so like, I'm not even gonna entertain it.
No, he's been using it the whole time. That's the thing too. Is like he's saying now, a fucking 40 minutes in, he's like, "Oh, I don't want to use the agenda because I know it's the." It's because he knows he would get pushback for it. He does not mind using the dumb triggering words that he uses or the misinformed words that he uses, so long as he doesn't get any pushback. This is why he brought the particular table of people around to have that discussion that he was having, is because he didn't want a ton of pushback. He got the pushback from you, but he's able to just tool on you because you're sitting there solo while everyone else is chatting shit to each other.
He's also used agenda already. He unironically called it the gay agenda.
Gay agenda.
Yeah, he immediately went back on his bullshit the moment he said it.
It's like the first thing he says.
I mean, the thing, the
does
reality
concrete stay,
is if there is a gay agenda or a trans agenda, it's the same agenda as the civil rights movement. It's the same agenda as women's suffrage. It's people wanting equality and wanting to. It's the progressive movement, right? Like that's all it is. This is just currently the thing that is being worked on progressing.
Feminism.
You know what it is? It's the human agenda. He just doesn't understand that just because gay people have it, now suddenly it's a thing. How dare they act like humans? They're beneath humans to me. How dare they try to act at human level?
How dare they act in movies? How dare they be where I can see them?
Well, that's his big thing. Is the vision of it all.
All right. Blake.
Hey, go ahead. You were going to say something.
Well, first off, one thing I was typing in chat, so I was trying to make like a layman analogy, because I am a layman on this. I'm not a philosopher, right?
No fucking shit.
In trade, I do computer science.
Lays on men.
So, but I was just saying, like, I like tattoos. If I get a new one,
It's okay. He's qualified enough. He's a straight white man.
it increases my mood for a while. I get to show it off. It's fun, like, and then eventually,
this analogy,
like,
I fucking
novelty
hate
wears
this
off.
analogy.
In order for me to get that boost again, I have to get another tattoo. This is an imperfect analogy, but I think some of the problems with transgender research is that what they have to deal with is response service.
Yep,
for
welcome to
people.
my world.
Like, for people.
I'm sorry. How did he jump from getting a tattoo and showing it off to? He's basically talking about what, wanting attention.
No, it's actually not that. No, what he is doing here is he's saying, you know what? Me wanting to get reassignment surgery, it's just like the tattoo itch I get sometimes, you know? Sometimes I want to be a woman, sometimes I want to be a man. And sometimes maybe I'll get that itch again and that'll just keep fucking up my body, which is basically, god damn it.
You know, sometimes I just, cut my dick off, and sometimes I just put it back on.
You know, it's like a little dildo suction cup.
Oh, you don't get a detachable one, serious?
The worst part about this type of argument is it leverages real problems that people can have that aren't exclusively associated with trans people. Like there are people who get like addicted to doing surgeries and stuff, right? Like cosmetic stuff, and then end up just blowing loads of money. But it's not the same thing. And acting like people think, because when you sort of frame it this way, they'll sort of think to themselves, oh, there was that story about some random person who went and got too much Botox, and then they wanted to do something, and they sort of try to lump it into the same category as that kind of like tabloid trash kind of story that you get in like a corner store.
Well, as if any of these things are even wrong to begin with. The only reason all this Botox is considered right, but there's no moral quandary about it, right? If they want to get that amount of surgery, they're allowed to do so, and if people look at them funny, maybe they should fuck off and mind their own business.
Well, another thing is like even in the dumb analogy that it's just meant to belittle, like not to say getting obviously a tattoo is permanent, but it's like you get to like it's a whole other thing. It's an art form more than anything. The other thing is a social, a person. It's their mental health in a lot of cases. Your tattoo, whether or not you get a tattoo is not, depending on who you are, not going to really change your mental health. Like, oh man, I can't feel like who I am in my own skin unless I have, this fucking burger tattoo or something. Like that doesn't happen. But it does happen for, people of different sexualities or genders. So it's like, why you're making the comparison to try to belittle it and then also say, oh, I'm a centrist. Like that's not a centrist.
It's also it's not a perfect analogy. Like, no, it's not analogous at all. That's the problem.
Exactly. But, like, you'll notice something with Excel that, like, he can't stick to a single fucking point at any point in time. So he will go a few seconds, try to do this, then you'll go, what about this, actually? I don't want to talk about that thing that I said anymore.
Well, what? Color me shocked that the guy who became a Republican after the black guy became president can't stick to a point. Oh, no.
Go figure.
He got the Barack.
Period of time after they transition. And then when we look at long-term issues, and these are things I want solved, I want them talked about. I'm hoping we can solve them medically in some way, but like they still have this absurdly high suicide rate, which again, this is kind of like a right-wing point they're trying to make, but I think it's a point worth making. And that's even for adults that transition.
Why does he think the suicide rate is high?
Because, okay, so there's this thing specifically with the right, and I know you have a little bit experience learning about this. They will take this overview and they'll be like, oh, you see, when we look at LGBTQ surveys or we look at these things, we see that there's a lot of people that commit suicide over here. Maybe it's because society makes it hell for them to exist within it. Maybe it's not single-handedly attached to a single issue, so then maybe the idea of unaliving yourself is a little bit more complex than, oh my god.
They don't seem to care about... They only seem to care about certain suicide rates at certain points in time when it seems to be convenient.
And when I have an entire notebook full of evidence and shit that I've already thrown away, by the way, because it's fucking useless. I had an entire fucking composition book full of nothing but, listen, everything that was in there we didn't fucking talk about because people like this asshole.
Well, they told you they didn't care about your research.
There's a thing that I don't know if Steve's already done it in the last stream that we covered, or if he's going to do it coming up. I think he does it a couple of times, where he does this thing where he goes like, hey, let's talk about the mental health of transgender people. Now, I know that there's terrible, nasty bigots out there that are truly hateful, but let's discount that fact. Let's ignore that. We're not going to discuss them right now, and let's try to talk about the mental health in a vacuum, entirely ignoring the lived experience of the individual we're talking about because it's inconvenient to my position.
Right.
Right.
And you can't do that because it's just not only is it disingenuous, but it's unreasonably stilting the discussion.
It's ignoring a big part of the conversation.
Especially, but like the point of this stream that I've come to know is that the reason it's the philosophy of Pride Month, not the philosophy of LGBTQ, and not just, hey, let's talk about LGBTQ issues or something like that, something that might actually make sense as a fucking title. It literally, this entire thing was, let's pick a topic that is so broad that I can disguise my bigotry under the umbrella. So we're going to look at this entire football field of fucking bullshit, and I'm going to stare at this one little plane of grass and not move outside this plane of grass. Oh, we might tiptoe a little bit to the left. or a little bit to right, but fuck you if you take 3 steps.
Yeah. I feel like as soon as he brings up, like, a fact, right, not only should this guy be citing a source, but also there's a really big problem since they already threw out facts. Steve literally said before this that, well, we don't need any research, and now they're like, but we need research.
Well, yeah, they only need research for something that proves them wrong. They don't need any research for what they feel is right. Like that's a distinct difference. It's
Right.
something I've dealt with a lot in the Black community, which is just like you say these things like, oh, crime happens a lot more in the cities, while you're not like, it actually pulling up, like picking it apart and actually pointing out what the social constructs and things like that it doesn't account for, like individuals raisings and things of that nature. It's just you just get a paintbrush, just slap as much lather a layer, and it's all the same to them, and they don't need to, nor do they want to look any deeper than that, because then, like we said, it's like someone who doesn't know how to do pottery trying to make a vase, and you just watch it as it cracks and falls apart anytime it like air touches it, like anytime anyone questions anything, which is why Atlas wasn't allowed to ask any questions or make any statements in this, because as soon as you start asking questions, it falls apart.
Right.
It's one of those things where it's like, as much as while we're watching this I'm going to be saying, okay, but why this, I might actually have the answer. I'm more questioning about why it's not being brought up or addressed, or why we're ignoring it in the stream.
Oh,
Yeah.
I think I have
Like-
the answer as well.
Like these guys. I mean, it's more of like a highlight, but yeah, go ahead.
Jordan Peterson effect.
Oh
Steve
god.
McCrae is on. Steve McCrae is on his Jordan Peterson arc, and I
No.
called it on my stream, and I was like, I bet this is what he's about to do. And sure enough, Siggy sends me a freaking DM of the shit he's currently doing. And my god, just like trans people are coming for women's rights. Like, dude just went full fucking tilt the moment that I made that stream.
Oh my god, no, bigots are coming for women's rights and they're using trans people to attack women. Surprise,
I think
surprise,
he did
surprise.
see my stream.
Probably. I
Like, I
wouldn't
think
doubt
he
it.
saw it, and I think it fucking pissed him off, and now he's going on this giant tirade that everybody's ripping him apart for.
Well, die salty.
Okay.
And so you want to make me think that there's like, when I know that,
You
and I
want to
also know
make
the
me
statistics
think.
of children that suffer from gender dysphoria. When I know that information, and you're trying to get me to accept the idea that, oh, we have to trans the kids, like, I'm sorry. Like, this
How
just sounds
dare
insane
people
to
have their
me.
own
Well, hey,
conscious
let me tell you,
experience?
let me do a set.
Why he's complaining that there are children that are suffering, and he's complaining that one of the ideas proposed to help those children is the option to transition for them and
Nope,
and
that is not
education
what
for
he's
them?
doing. He is complaining that other people have conscious experiences outside of his own.
Yeah,
If you
he's
listen to
not-
what he said, he's like living into some sort of strange sci-fi world where he's the only actual mind present, because he just said that, like, oh, you want me to believe what's inside their minds? How can I not confirm that what's inside their minds? I can't like internalize it, so therefore I can't believe it.
God,
Also,
we
he said
never-
he knows. No,
Yeah.
I feel
no
like
facts
this would
he
be
brought
the
up.
knows.
point in the conversation where he reveals he's a solipsist and
Yeah, I was gonna
Dillahunty
say
hangs
we never go full solipsism here. We do not go full solipsism in this house.
Let me do a segue, because that's kind of a good segue into the next.
He's not
particular
gonna
topic.
call that. He's not. Mr. Philosophy over here is not gonna call that. Oh no. Okay.
Chesh, it wasn't me that spoke.
Oh right. Of course. He's just gotta agree as long as it's not Athens.
Because I think we all we agree that children there's definitely needs to be more research.
It's too
done.
young for children.
It's too young. I again, that I think is something that's just should be common sense to
Okay.
people, but unfortunately,
But
there's a lot
here's
of
the
people out
problem with the okay, fucking stop. Stop the world. I want to get off. Here's the big thing that ends this entire fucking discussion, right? Because I don't know jack shit about Steve's personal life. I pray to God he doesn't have kids, and if he does, I hope they never speak to him. It's not your fucking kid, dude. It's not
Granted.
it's not you. That, like, at the base level, at the bottom of this Marianas Trench of bullshit, is that it's not your fucking kid. This dude who's sitting here drinking a beer on at the pool while his kid probably, like, is at much more risk to just drown in front of him than, oh no, he's gonna wear a dress. Fucking, it's not. That's your kid. You make decisions for your kid. I may not agree with them, and yeah, sure, yeah, that's what comes with the territory when you act like a fucking bigoted dipstick. Is that people are gonna think less of you. You die on that hill that you want to be on, but at the end of the day, it's that you can't control this guy up here. Axel's talking about other people's thoughts. I can't understand his thoughts, so why the fuck would I listen to him? They're not your kids. They're not your family. You're not the person, the trans person, any member of the LGBTQ plus community. You're not that person. So it's not on them to convince you. They know, same way he says he knows, they know, and they're telling you, but then we disregard what they're telling you because it doesn't fit with what I want. And I know what I know, and it's definitely right with no facts or anything to back it up. But he definitely knows. The guy who became a Republican in 2008 definitely knows what he knows. It's just, and Steve not giving any pushback is just, yeah.
Yeah, I want to go to correct myself here. I like the thing I am agreeing to is that very incredibly small part of the argument that might have some validity, which, like, extremely young children should not be allowed to transition before there is proper psychological evaluation of them.
Right.
I am giving them a super charitable view. But I want to go to state that is my position. Just said of me going, yep, because that's the only time I can get my fucking voice into the air.
Wait, right. That's fairly obvious at this point.
There was a couple of times too, and I felt bad for you when I was watching this, and we haven't. I don't think we've gotten to them yet. Where you're trying to say something, you get a little upset coming up, and then Steve does this absolutely ridiculous rhetorical device where he throws out an absurd hypothetical and says, "Yeah, but we agree on this thing, right?"
Yeah,
and
the
then
absurd hypothetical, nothing else.
Right, and you agree to that, and he goes, "Well, I'm glad that we all agree," and then, like, shuffles away from the point to some other point, and I was just furious, and, like, I'm sure everybody
did it early. He did it earlier too in the video, like right near the beginning. He's like, "We all agree to that." It's there's too much.
A more absurd one coming.
Oh God,
there is.
Another big thing is that Alex is being extremely nice. Like, I couldn't have been in this chat because I'd have been like, "Let me tell you why you're all stupid here, A through Z." But even more so to the point, it's that you can't. This is Atlas being in this video is the perfect crystallization of exactly what these morons think, which is that you're being told the opposite, and you're being told the opposite very nicely, very calmly, very peacefully. Someone who's saying, "Hey, I get it, this and this, but take into these factors because they're much more important as it relates to the entire thing." You got to think about it. It's you're looking at you're staring at a tree in a fucking forest, asking where the forest is. But that right there is why these types of debate, quote unquote, debate shows are an issue, because they're just take a nice person to tool on and steal on in the thing, in the chat, and then two, it just exists as an echo chamber. He has no interest. These guys have no interest in being told the opposite. They're even bringing in more people, I imagine, to try to steal on you. Like 3 other people just hopped in the chat for like no reason. Also, how unprofessional. That's another thing too. Just having
randoms.
I want to point out here that this is supposed to be, again, I will remind people, this is supposed to be the non sequitur show. The non sequitur show is supposed to be a show about people having different opinions and justifying or validating those opinions in the form of some kind of opposition. And generally it's supposed to be fair opposition, so reasonable opposition. And that is just not what we're seeing here. This entire show that you were on flies in the face of what the philosophy of the show is supposed to be. This is not a fair nor reasonable discussion that's happening right now. And for some ungodly reason, we're still staring at Steve's fucking tweet that nobody's talking about anymore. And it's an open hangout? Since when has open hangouts ever happened on the very, very, very produced non sequitur show?
Right. This is let's bash on trans people rum and coke night that he's hosting here with a pride flag slapped on the front. Like,
which should be his which should be on his channel or on this should not be on Non Sequitur. This should be either on Steve's main channel or it should be on the GDC.
To be fair, should not be on the internet.
Oh,
Also,
okay, yes, but
also,
besides that.
Oh, sorry.
Go ahead.
Okay. Okay.
I wasn't saying anything
point out
important.
that- Oh yeah. No, I'm sorry. Shit. Okay.
No, go.
I want to point out that how many of these people are members of Steve's channel? Because I want to go ahead and say this because according to his perks, he is by his own rules sort of bound to promote them based on who's paying him.
Yeah, that's a thing that exists now.
I got a free membership today, even though I haven't been subscribed to him in like 3 weeks, and suddenly I'm now a member and I get to see the perks, and my god, half of it's stolen art and the other half of it is bullshit.
Yeah, that would
So
be
this
nice.
man has no integrity. He has no stance. It's whatever anybody will pay him.
I am honestly still waiting. I don't know if you guys were around or remember when he got pissy about Unirock, right, being dishonest
Right.
or whatever the fuck, and he said that any honor that Unirock had in the military was lost due to his behavior, and I'm just waiting for somebody to say that back to him.
Ooh, can I say it? Can I say it right now?
Yeah,
Hey,
please.
Steve, you lost your fucking honor, you asshole. And Unirock is looking like your best friend at the moment, even though you haven't shook hands.
Vagri in the chat says, I wait the Nazi endorsement. Yeah, it do be about that time.
It's tiptoeing there. I was told about some CRT stuff, which I'm waiting to get upset about. So that's what I'm still
I got
in
a
my
little
rage.
sneak peek. I got a little sneak peek of that after we went off air. And I was like, hey, you know what? CRT seems, because you mentioned it before, it seems really fucking reasonable. And I'm like reading through the preliminaries of it, and then it just got to like real quiet, and then they just turned to each other, and both him and John Foley go like, hey, actually, you know, it gets crazy. And then I am pretty sure what came after that was like a lot of like misrepresenting what half the fucking literature says. I can't remember half of it off the top of my head, but like some of it's like you are supposed to analytically approach anyone of any race during any situation. Like you're supposed to live your life like you're in a fucking Matrix and you can pull a string away.
Oh,
Like
boy.
it got real weird. And I was like,
no.
that's not what I got at all. I think I'm gonna read more on this. And they're like, yeah, sure. You come back to us when you do. And I'm like, I ain't coming back.
Yikes.
They're pushing for these things for children, and that's why I think the Pride community has gotten so much pushback.
Nobody's
the other
doing
things they've
that.
gotten pushback for is one of the things that you and I had a difference on opinion, and I have brought two females in here who kind of can relate to these things as I'm just going to say biological women, and that was the showering of.
Steve using incel terminology.
Like I said, full Alex Jones. You called the Jordan Peterson. No, he's going Alex Jones. He's the
Yeah, maybe a little bit. It's like then they're making the frogs gay. That's gonna be his next thing.
You're making the kids trans.
Yep. Oh wait, didn't what is it? RF Kennedy's son like beat him to that? He did on Twitter. He's like the frogs are making the trans people happen. That was literally a message from him.
What, the trans people all licking frogs as kids or something? What's going on? How's that happening?
That they're like, I think that some part of the thing was like they're urinating in rivers and like somehow that's getting into our water. I don't fucking remember the exact tweet, but it's really absurd.
There's zero fucking chances that's true. I grew up drinking New York City 90s water, and I'm a cisgender straight male. So I know there's a bunch of shit trash in that water that has been in my body. I had black mold in my apartment caused by gay frogs. Like I know something about what happens when frogs get in your water system. We have horseshoe crabs that show up at the like edge of Harlem. Like we're good. Like I catch kabutos every week, and this motherfucker's talking about what's in the water. Nah, dog. Trust me, I'm still alive. I'm 31, dog. You'll be fine.
And one more thing before you press play. I want to point out we're about to bring in two biological women that Steve has decided to bring on. Two women that will not be allowed to fucking speak for 90% of this fucking thing. And I swear, I interrupted Erin once, and I felt really bad, but because it was a question being directed directly towards me. And I was like, Erin, please let me answer this. And she's like, okay. But like, she got like barely any time to get any licks in, and the entire time was just these three main guys from the beginning just over talking any chance. I think the other lady, I'm forgetting her name right now, and I feel bad.
We'll find out.
she gets time to speak for a little bit. She has a little segment, but I had to leave during that. So I actually don't know what happens during that tiny bit. So
Cool.
that's going to be fresh.
Let's find out. I would feel bad for Erin if she wasn't an absolute bitch.
Biological women with men. There's
Right.
there's another thing I wanted to talk about with the whole this other tweet, but we were talking about women that are in the athletic communities that's not it. Here we go. That are having to shower with biological men, and
Here
when
it
I
is.
say the word force, this was happening on Twitter. People were like, "Oh, nobody has force to shower with anybody," but the reality.
All right, I'm gonna read this out loud because we always have to read it out loud. It says, "I'm
Oh
trans,
god damn it!
by
This is
the
what makes me
way."
pissed.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry, but I'm not sorry enough that I'm not gonna read it.
No, please read it. Please read it. I'm sorry.
I'm trans, by the way. Wisconsin high school is under fire after trans woman 18 exposed their male genitals to 4 freshman girls 14 in locker room showers after swim class. Do I need to look up this whole article?
If you do, all you're gonna find out is that it's a fucking clickbait title, has a lot more nuance to it, and Steve is a fucking dickhead who can't read a post.
Oh,
I'm looking.
that
it
sounds
up
about
now.
right. All right, I'll let him talk.
Is if they're
I'm
in
gonna
Whoa.
beware your
If they're-
ears.
I am going to mute myself.
if they're in these types of spaces where they have to take showers for like high school or for an event, and a biological male comes in who identifies as trans, at one time they were considered to be bigoted, transphobic. They couldn't compete if they didn't allow it. They would be going against the rules, so to speak. Now things are.
Steve, this is a high school swim class.
Exactly.
What the fuck are you talking about?
He's
You're
conflating a bunch of different things.
He is conflating a bunch of different things. This is a high school swim class that had what appears to be an unfortunate incident based on the fucking thing, because at no point should the 18-year-olds be in the showers at the same time as the 14-year-olds at all, whatever gender they are, because of the way classes are laid out. So how this happened could be a bunch of different things. On top of that, maybe just have individual shower stalls so it's not a fucking problem.
I mean,
The magic.
I'm reading this article here, and it's saying that the trans student was like completely turned away. Like he's using the shower and completely turned away, and it's like, well, the ones like you said, the 14-year-old girl shouldn't have been in there at the same time. Even my shitbag high school didn't do stuff like that. But it seems like they were doing everything within their power to not have that happen, according to what I'm reading here. And it just so happened to happen, and everyone decided to lose their shit. And what I can only describe as hilariously named Sun Prairie, Wisconsin. So yeah, they're still living in the fucking 1911 D12s, apparently.
How about also the idea that Stop Sexualizing 14-Year-Old Girls article and old men on this stream?
You know what? How about we do this? How about when high school seniors, when they go into the shower together, every time one of them sees one other boy's penis, everybody flips out.
No, serious. You can't do that. It's the straightest thing ever. I remember the years in high school playing football, seeing other dudes' dicks and thinking like, yeah, this is so straight.
Well, no, because you gotta sexualize it. Because every time somebody sees somebody else's genitalia in high school, it's gotta be sexualized. You know,
Right,
because that's how it's done apparently.
Well, yeah, because they're pervs. They're people who would be curious about sexuality in the showers, and so they project that on everyone else.
Ew. Sorry, the phrasing of that made me just think of somebody just jerking off on other people in the shower.
I'd put money on the fact that Steve's jerked off in the shower.
My
in school.
history is revealed.
So there's one of these. If I remember correctly, in the first half of this, when we were watching it, Steve dismissed the point being brought up about nudity in other areas, or was that on Twitter?
That
that
is
happened?
a Twitter thing.
Okay,
That's
so
a Twitter thing. Wait, no, nudity actually does come up in this, but once again, it's like the idea of like people just exposing themselves fully, not like acceptably nude. And I mean, like, sure, I mean that there's more to that, but like, it gets a little bit more on Twitter, I think, to where it finally gets revealed, like, oh my god, what?
So there's a thread on Twitter where Steve is arguing about nudity being sexualized no matter what, even for people who aren't actually naked, because surprise, surprise, being topless isn't actually considered being naked. But there are other places in the world where nudity is very common and generally acceptable and not sexualized 24/7. And so America specifically has this problem about over-sexualizing things all the time and due to sexual repression, etc., etc., etc. And so when other places not having these kinds of issues because nudity is not sexualized in the same way in those places, he completely dismisses it as even an option. So why don't we just not sexualize having a fucking shower after being sweaty for sports?
I mean,
because it's
such a
the answer
contrast.
The answer is because it's women, and everything women do is sexualized. Sorry, go ahead, Dave.
There's such a stark contrast too between North America and, like, I don't know, Sweden. I think it's Sweden or Denmark, where they have that kids cartoon with the crazy guy with the magical elongated, like, candy cane striped penis. That's made like it's kind of penis like a monkey tail. That's a kid's show. No one has a problem with that there, and it's not done as though it's sexual. No
I
one
imagine
cares.
it's like a haha laugh joke.
In the States,
thing.
people lose their minds.
I mean, the real issue here is that a 14-year-old went into a shower and saw somebody showering, and there was a penis. And everybody flipped their shit. And everybody who flipped their shit seriously needs therapy. Because if that causes you to flip your shit, you have mental issues.
Well, because
this
you're
poor
obviously...
boy or this girl...
Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, no, I was just saying that this poor girl is now blasted all over the news for some stupid motherfucking shit that is mostly the fault of not having goddamn stalls.
And God forbid that these 14-year-old girls have their poor virgin eyes ruined for them over a
Maybe they shouldn't be peeking.
dick. Well, maybe there should also just be allowed to be 14-year-old girls who have some kind of sexual knowledge because you're 14 and you should have some kind of sex ed, because that's what they're advocating for. Zero sex ed for young girls at all.
Yep.
Hi, Helios. Just so you know, we're live.
Ah, hey everyone.
What's going on?
I'm gonna be right back.
Yeah, take time.
Yeah, the only sex ed that girls should be allowed to have are to be taken advantage by the first man who forces it on them.
Yeah,
that's what men actually really,
Well, I mean, we're not gonna talk about all the sexual deviants that work in high schools in America, right?
I had a high school coach who molested a bunch of girls, so like.
Whoa, go figure.
Yeah, no, right? Weird. Oh, that's weird. But it's even more to the point of that shower, like we said, like, why are there not just individual showers in the first place? Like, why are we still doing these weird, like, 80s movies like RoboCop communal showers and then complaining that people are seeing dong? It's like, what are we doing? That's really always the biggest thing I always find myself asking.
If that's the problem. So where I'm from, there's usually 3 main change rooms, at least when I was a kid. So this is like back in the mid-90s. There used to be showers at like the YMCA, which is like the big gym. There would be a woman's shower, a man's shower, and a family shower. And a family shower is basically for anybody who does not want to use the man or the women's shower, and generally was for families and people who had children of the opposite gender that needed to get changed and have a shower. And it was an open change room area, and there were stalls with curtains for every single actual shower area, and there were generally bathrooms and bathroom stalls like around a corner. So if you did not want to get changed and actually naked in front of anybody, you didn't have to. Why are we forcing kids and minors to change in a public area that is visible to anybody else? If they want to get changed somewhere else and shower somewhere private, they should have that option.
Absolutely.
That's the better question.
I have an interesting...
it's funny because they really want to talk less about solutions and more about why they should be afraid about circumstances and roll back the clock to fix them.
Yeah, going back to the 80s is definitely going to make that better.
I have a story that's somewhat relatable. I was a minor. I was 15, not 14, but I was in Chicago. I was in a hotel with my family, but there was a gym in it, and I went down there, and I just looked to my left while I was walking towards the gym area, and that's where the showers were, and I just caught, there was a guy showering, and I saw his dick. Very not expected. Very shocking. I was not expecting that. It shocked me to my core that that's what I caught a full glimpse of out of freaking nowhere. But you know what? I was looking into a shower where that's where him and his exposed dick belonged. And that wasn't on him.
Surprise penis.
Right. It was just an unfortunate turn of events. No big deal.
Well, even to the bigger point is you know who really loves having their dick out in public showers? Old white dudes in gyms.
Old white dudes.
Old white dudes in gyms.
He was an old white dude.
Yeah, though they love. I don't know what happens when you turn some around 42 just makes every white dude want to just have their balls on the bench in the showers and I don't understand why. I've never been that comfortable to just have people I don't know.
Are you 40 yet? You're gonna find out. You're gonna find out when you're 40.
I can't wait. I can't wait to just. We'll see how they feel about my brown man dong just hanging out, and then.
I may actually have an answer to that. They're just used to it. I don't know if you guys know this, but gym classes for men, like swimming specifically, used to be done naked, and not that long ago. My parents had gym classes where they swam naked.
Like Olympic stuff, right?
No, just high school, grade school gym.
No, I mean yeah, but it's styled off of the Olympic standard of you being completely nude while doing all of these things.
I don't know about that or why they did it. I just know that they did that.
Yeah, I think that some of the universities carried that tradition forward as some sort of prestigious thing for a while, if I recall correctly.
This was, I'm talking 7th grade swimming in PE class type of level, grade school. Yeah. So the old people, the old white dudes in the gym, they're comfortable being naked because it used to not be a big deal. You would do communal showers, and everyone would just be naked.
That's crazy.
Those
how
were typically sex-divided classes, though, right? Or schools in some cases, where it would be an all-boys school or an all-girls school.
Generally sex-divided classes, but not all boys or all girls school. In fact, my mom loves to tell how the girls used to hang out near the gym because they had giant windows, and they'd watch the boys' swimming classes because all the boys were naked. It was a popular spot for the women, for her and her friends to hang out. And they used to lock the doors on the men to force them to run around because there was no way to get to the locker room directly from there, so they'd have to run through half the school naked whenever they pulled that prank. So the reason the old white dudes are comfortable just staying around nude is because it wasn't a deal for them. They grew up and being that level of nudity was just perfectly normal.
I feel like this can't have happened in your parents' lifetime. It had to be this is a story. This seems like a story I've heard from Sophia on the Golden Girls. This does not seem like anything that would happen in an era where there is any bit of technology. But if you're saying so, I'm gonna take your word for it.
Yep.
Yeah, I feel like your description of your parents' schooling experience and my knowledge of my parents' schooling experience does not match up remotely here.
Yeah, sometimes it just do be like that. Some places are just different, man.
Some places are wild compared to others.
I was gonna say, what the hell do I know? Ain't no showers or ain't no pools in New York City.
Are we ready to keep going? Sorry, don't mind me.
Absolutely.
Dunking on these intellectual midgets is just so easy that I've been folding laundry the whole time.
But changing now. But this is something you and I differed on. I believe that as a biological woman, I can see issues with why I would not want a biological male showering me now. So I brought two women in.
Is Steve a biological woman?
Is Steve a biological man?
He just said, as a biological woman, I could see.
Oh.
Yeah, that's exactly what he said.
I know he's talking hypothetically. Like, I could put my shoes. As a bigot, I could put my shoes in I could put my feet in some other bigot's shoes. Imagine how easy that must be.
That
He
talk
just
about
agreed
that. And
with
just
a
one of them.
person.
That is
Can
the
I
amazing
ask-
Aaron.
Yep.
Yes, thank you.
Hi, Aaron.
Can I just ask one question? Hi, thank you.
Hi.
Hi. Thanks for
What is
inviting
this?
me,
Of
by the way.
course.
Talking about naked old white
I
men.
just have one question though on this, as I was listening to you talk. You're talking about, the
Only one?
To implicate your having to shower. Where and when in high school does anyone have to shower?
I've had a lot of people tell me that
In
after
a public communal shower or whatever.
well, PE locker rooms in the physical ed locker rooms in the female showers, they were required to shower before they go back to
How
the
do you
next
know what a
class.
female shower looks like, Steve?
Steve, I'll point out
What?
that that disappeared after our generation.
I know that was.
Except, no, it didn't.
No,
No, it fucking didn't.
like not even slightly.
We had
There's
locker
still-
rhad showers.
Same.
I had to shower
My
after
generation.
I had to shower after football practice all the time, and so
We had showers. We had showers in my high school. We had showers in junior high. We didn't use them, or they were only used for specific things, but they were there and they could be utilized if you wanted to. So,
Yeah, but like,
Yeah.
no one's forcing anyone to shower. You can leave and go shower at home. As far as at least
Well,
my understanding.
no. So, practically speaking, though,
See,
right?
I know,
if you're
but
in,
Aaron-
oops, sorry. If you're practically speaking, if you say that, okay, well, you're done your gym class and it is 10 a.m. and you are a bust student and you need to shower before your next class, you could go home if you want to, but how the fuck are you gonna get home, and then how are you going to get back for your next class? Like, practically speaking, saying like, oh, well, nobody's forcing anybody, which is the argument they're starting to make here, is like, no, it's just part of your school day, and there's no way for you to say no.
Wait. Right, but like, isn't that like sort of on the individual's discretion, like what they are willing to risk while taking that shower? At that point, it's no one's problem outside of their own if they're taking that shower. So if someone decides to take a shower and someone else walks in while they're taking that shower, you're now using a public shower.
Right. Well, yeah, there shouldn't be an issue in the first place, but say, like,
Right.
for to the point that Chesh is making, that's like, what's his name? Andrew Tate saying he didn't force any women to start working on cam. He just put them in this awkward situation where they had to either do what he said or they couldn't go back to America. Like, it's like they've created the circumstance where you like Chesh said, I've had gym class that's earlier in the day and it's swim week or whatever, and you have to go in the water, and it's like, well, I have 5 math classes or whatever, how many ever I have 2 math classes in this class after. It's like I was fortunate enough that in high school I lived down the block from my schools, and everyone knew my mom is an officer, so I just be like, I'm going home to take a shower, I don't want to be around you weirdos, or I would leave practice. But yeah, for a lot of kids who got, like Chesh said, got bussed in, had to do that there, because you could either roll around school stinking all day, which is a whole different set of like kids are
Problems,
assholes,
yeah.
and kids will make fun of you because they're assholes, even though maybe you're like Tobias Funke and you're a never nude and you just don't want to be wearing no clothes around people. No matter what the reasoning for it is, it's like they're tossing the blame on the person who has to take a shower when they have to take a shower. It's like you have no the circumstance. Also, even like to take out the fact that they have to, quote unquote, it's like you're also just throwing away the circumstance that the idea that they may have to. Like, you're just completely throwing that away. You're just like, they shouldn't be in the bathroom. It's like, they have to hide their gender identity. Like, everything is an extreme to the wrong end when they could
Right.
just
They
so
feel
simple.
like it seems like they're saying, because nobody is like holding you at gunpoint and forcing you to shower, sweat glands don't exist.
Right, but there's another thing here that we're also kind of looking over, because I agree with all of your points, but the thing that they're arguing for is that it is the LGBTQ or the pride philosophy that is forcing people to shower together, because we just happen to exist and we walk into the same showers that people do.
Except for the part where that has been a rule in like schools since forever, and it had back in the bullshit world that Steve lives in, where you just didn't know whether or not people were gay or trans. So once again, in his little boomer head, the reasoning for this trans person being in the shower is your fault, but it somehow you're passing the blame onto them because you would have to admit you're wrong, which they're not going to do. Once again,
there has been instances, specifically when it comes to like dress code, for example, of teenagers gathering together to support their fellow students, and people gathering together to support people who are getting shit on by the school, whether it be because men aren't allowed to wear the girls' uniform, or women are only allowed to wear something this long, so all the boys show up wearing something that long, right? You really think that if there was a trans person in the school that asked the women for help, that the women wouldn't let them in the shower? You really think that's not a thing that would have happened? Completely ignoring that the entire fact that these people were trans anyway, before your rules existed or not, right?
I feel like that wouldn't happen here.
Depends on where you are. I'm just saying,
generally gonna rally around somebody in that sense, but I think there are places where that's not true, where there's more religious upbringing and stuff to a higher degree.
I'm not saying that it would be everywhere. I'm saying that, do you think these things don't happen or can't happen? Because they absolutely can, and they have happened in the past.
And I live in Texas, so...
Yeah.
They do happen, and they do happen in religious areas. Younger people do have the ability to show way larger and wider expressions of empathy than adults do. Adults, they spend all their time thinking of ways to sexualize and make things way more complicated than they actually are. Kids, they're just there. They have their classmates. They love their classmates, and everything's so simple. They don't want to see each other get hurt, no matter what, even if they hate each other. So
especially if you can fuck the system.
Well, sure, but so if these little things come up, they don't mean anything because they don't understand what it means. As long as they can still be friends and they can play, they don't give a fuck. So it's always as simple as that for kids.
So
I think that we're in a period right now because people are so obsessed with culture war bullshit. There's going to be a wave of kids that are being actively taught to care and react poorly to these situations by their parents before they ever get to school.
Which means their parents are over-sexualizing them. And there's going to be a pocket that will, and there's going to be a pocket that will go the absolute opposite direction. Because they're
I agree.
teenagers.
I'm just saying, I think you're going to see some extremes in where some of that natural ability to just be like, I just don't care about this will be gone because they'll have been sort of pre-coached.
It's
a
actually
boomer thing.
Any kids who have any kind of social media exposure know more people who are already ingrained in being trans or being gay and out, and so it's harder for them to actively hate people like that, even if their parents do.
There's also this access to the internet and access to different people, so and different ideals, and having access to those things from such a young age and having access to so many people over such a long period of time, you're really just not going to care. Your parents might be upset and you might behave in a way to appease your parents, but that's only going to go so far. Alright.
Yep.
Yeah, it does seem like the up and coming generations just kind of don't give a fuck.
Well, it's because they're arguing about the dumbest fucking shit. Not bathrooms. I could absolutely see counterculture going the complete opposite direction and having a whole wave of people who are just we just want to be naked all the time. Fuck you.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Erin's my generation, though, so she should remember this.
But they had disappeared by the time I reached I guess junior high or whatever, because we didn't have any facilities
let's
like
say
that
it's
in
an event.
elementary school.
It's my experience, therefore that must be the case across the board. And I'm not saying that to discount what Aaron's saying. I'm saying that's what Excel has been saying, that's what Steve's been saying, and then Aaron comes in with a counterpoint, and suddenly it's not okay for her to say that about their experience.
Right.
She's a woman.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, by the time I reached junior high and all throughout high school, they had disappeared. Like, it was weird in our junior high to even see that there were showers there.
Well, here's an example.
So, like, again,
on screen, I'm trans, by the way.
I feel like this part of the argument is redundant.
Well, hang on. Wisconsin.
Wait, I addressed this. Steve. The issue here
can you tell,
is
one second. Wait.
taking care of this.
Can you turn down your gain? Your gain is super high. It's like.
Oh, is my gain crazy? Sorry about that.
Oh my God.
Steve, it's your responsibility
to check
fix your fucking production, dude.
This is bad production to the nth degree. Oh my God, I can't with this.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5 times non sequiturs on the screen.
Oh God.
Yeah, it's insanity.
Okay, yeah, sorry about that. How do I
over
this real quick? Let me go to my.
Just move it away and talk a little quieter, and you can
okay.
Good. Yeah.
Okay.
Perfect.
Yeah, so I apologize.
Let's go.
But anyways, I addressed this. This is a fault with the school. This is not a fault with the person involved. Take it from the perspective of a trans woman, and they're a trans woman, and they're going into a locker room. Why don't they have their own facilities?
No, okay, but
or even just dressing rooms.
Or just dressing rooms.
Right. Like, why is there like a segregated area? Like, if you're so afraid of seeing someone else's stuff, there should be a way to prevent that. Why is everybody communally showering like that?
I'm not disagreeing with that.
That is a great point. That is a great point. Like, if we want to push the theory or the idea that there are more than two genders, then why are there only two gender choices when it comes to matters like this?
Yeah, someone's going to be forced into something that's going to upset someone, because if you look at the same thing with, let's say, a trans male goes into a male locker room. So is everybody going to suddenly turn around and be equally upset that a trans male is in a male locker room?
Unfortunately, our architecture doesn't.
I called
this.
Shut your fucking off. Fuck you. No. That does not deserve a fucking blaring arrow. Our first off, you don't even live in fucking America, dog. Shut your fucking mouth. All right. Let me tell you something about architecture, because I come from a city of tall buildings. John Foley you don't know what the hell you're talking about, because you still live in a fucking Sistine Chapel during the Black Plague. You fucknut.
Yeah.
You
Like
can hang a goddamn curtain anywhere.
It is a literal UK person coming over talking about an American situation.
This is the epitome of white people telling black people about the black community. First off, you don't even know what the fuck you're talking about. And then on top of that, it's also not true what you're saying. Well, our buildings are weird, so we can't put in extra bathrooms. You could put a fucking extra bathroom in your house, you dipstick. Like, you could it's not I worked at a school where we literally built an extension onto it for younger kids, and then they forgot to build the bathroom, and then they were like, well, now we can't do it. It's dumb shit like that. It's like, you don't think. That's why the architecture is fucking. Sorry, continue. I'm gonna lose my shit on this Foley, dude.
One
completely valid.
Huge counterpoint to everything John just said in his 2 words before we had to stop him.
Is that he doesn't live in America?
Our architecture. Stop right there. In England, right, in the UK, a lot of the buildings are not designed for bathtub plumbing. They are designed for a standalone bathtub. So a lot of the bathtubs are, guess what they did to solve the problem? They raised the bathtub and put the plumbing underneath. What? A really simple architectural that does solving of that problem that has nothing to do with the integrity of the building. This is absolutely fucking absurd. If you've already got stalls, all you need to do is maybe remove one stall and solidify the other 5. Because you're just gonna lose a little bit of width. That's about it. That's all it takes.
When I lived in Quincy, I lived in a house that was first built in the 1800s, and it was it was just a square, and it was just like a living room and kind of a kitchen. And as time went on, they built a bathroom on the back end of it, and it was built like about 6 inches lower than the rest of it because they had a thing where you would shower in it, and they would expect you or bathe in it, and they would expect you to get bath water everywhere. So they would do that so the water wouldn't flood the rest of the house. It was some old timey thinking. So that's the way it was built. And then they put another floor on it. So it was a 2-floor house eventually. When you go into it thinking, okay, we can do this, but you're already thinking, let's stop with the ingenuity. No ingenuity. We're going to go ahead and give up on all these people and fuck empathy, fuck caring about these people because we don't even need to go the extra mile for these people. He doesn't, because John Foley doesn't care about these people. He wants every excuse to not go any mile for any of these people because he doesn't give a shit about them. He hates them. He actively hates them, and he's been showing that in this entire stream.
Right.
And even more so, it's like it's like not just actively like hatred. It's like you just don't want. Not liking someone is one thing. I don't like. There's a lot of people I don't like. But not wanting them to exist and the concept that they do, you will find any minor inconvenience to give a justification for those. Like architecture, dog, is what we doing now. How the buildings are built is what we doing, and the argument as to why there can't be a separate bathroom. Why can't you just build a separate? It's the antithesis.
It's not me. The building's bigoted.
Yeah, I was gonna say like it's
tear down the building then. Tear down the building. Tear down the bathroom and rebuild it. Why is that a problem? That creates jobs. That's capitalism.
What if you tear down this old building? We won't have this old building anymore, though. I live in a city where an old building that should have been torn down like probably 6-7 years ago has not been, and we had a crazy windstorm and it tore outside like a big chunk of the side of it. It's an old flower factory, and the plant manager was like, can we tear this fucking building down? It's a hazard. And the city told them no for years because it's a historic relic. They let Tesla tear up the land where our old steel factory was because Tesla was bringing in money, but the factory that functions and brings us money as well wants to cut off the other opposing factory that is useless. They said no because it's historic, and then it fell apart. So that gives you an idea, and it's a bunch of middle-aged white people. So that gives you an idea of how dense these fucking people are.
Well, we would rather keep an old falling apart building that's a hazard for people than have trans people exist.
It's much easier to leave an old building up that makes you feel good about your past than to allow people to be comfortable living.
And change and be progressive.
What? Do better than you did the day before? No, do better is not in their lexicon, Josh. You know.
No, everyone else needs to do better for them on their behalf.
It's on everyone else to do the work for them.
And but they're also going to stand in the way of any work that anybody's trying to do.
This is what the thing about it is too is God damn it. The thing about it is too is John Foley is also same dude. Yeah, is also the same dude pushing for like essentially what it'd be like some Nazism type shit of like we got to identify the gay and the trans people, and then it's like okay, so you want to oust these people, and then you have them ousted. Now what? You don't want to give them a bathroom? It's like, okay, so what do you... I would not be shocked to find that John Foley doesn't want to just line them up and shoot them, because you can't have both. You can't have your cake and eat it too, John. You can't say, well, we need to know and da-da-da. Okay, well, we do know, and we're giving you the answer. Well, ugh.
But keep in mind what Atlas said right before John jumped in, right? Mm-hmm. Atlas said just before this, what if it is a trans man going into a bathroom? Are people going to react like this? Right. And his response was, well, the architecture. What?
Right. What? It's not as weird because the architect from The Matrix told me it's not.
He's probably going to try to pivot into the architecture of the body, maybe, though.
Oh, no, I don't give him that much credit.
Okay, sorry, I'm...
All right, we're going to give ourselves a quick... We're going to give ourselves a quick little break. We'll be back in about 3 minutes, so go get your drinks, refresh yourselves, and we will be right. And hopefully I don't mess up the audio. So we'll be right back, guys.
I'm going to turn up my gain to like 5,000
Bro, you don't even understand. I actually know how to produce. If you turn your gain up, I can just turn you right back down. And I'm using Discord. Like, I'm not even using anything fancy right now because I have to use Discord for something like this. Otherwise, we never get this many people in here.
I gotta clean my fucking laptop. I just spit my drink all over the place.
Well, alright, take time, no worries. That I can't do anything about. I could mute you. Alright.
They don't have gain for that.
No, God. Alright, let's keep going into this nonsense. We paused it at but the architecture though. I can't believe this. Okay.
Change on a sixpence when the social etiquette does. The architecture comes behind that, and we can't expect every school, every swimming baths, every gym to suddenly start moving around physical bricks, blocks, and mortar.
So they.
Yes, we can.
Yes, you can.
We can absolutely expect that.
They do it to add some fucking dumb gym for their basketball team or whatever when they get like it happened in my school. They renovated my high school, which is in a poor town that has no money. They renovated the school. They moved us to a different building. They changed. They literally added an entire second half of the school with extra bathrooms.
It's not even. It's not even hard in most cases. In most cases, it's already a stall. All you have to do is make the stall more solid. You don't even have to move the plumbing. Moving plumbing is also something that's relatively easy to do because he's describing this as if you'd have to move the support beams. You don't need to move the support beams!
No.
This dude doesn't know anything about fucking architecture.
He thinks in order to get bathrooms for trans people, you got to do the Patrick Star push the town somewhere else. They escape the Alaskan bullworm.
Oh, okay.
Quite literally, people do renovations and small adjustments on things when they get a wild hair up their ass. So he's like, "Oh, we can't do it for trans people because fuck them." I mean, quite literally.
This dude was. I thought he was so concerned about kids, though. Why wouldn't he want to invest money in protecting children?
His bigotry could not be shining any more brightly than with this stupid fucking excuse.
Apologies. To Newtonia in the chat there, because I've been typing to you. What the fuck are you talking about, homie? Like, mayhap society is already doing badly and ought to stop destroying itself. Are you saying adding bathrooms for people who do not conform to gender stereotypes is destroying society? Because if you are, you're a fucking dipstick and you're in the wrong place. I'm just gonna tell you that right now. You're a dense fucking moron. You want humanism for a group chat here that we're reacting to that is quite literally trying to dehumanize other people, and then on top of that, you're saying society is falling apart because it's not completely unreasonable to just add an extra bathroom stall for someone of a differing lifestyle / like gender or whatever. Like what sauce are you lost in, and why is it burnt to the bottom of the pan? You fucking wingnut. Like
I would also be a little bit confused as to how is listening to what these people have to say and critiquing them not treating them like humans?
Because you're not allowing. It might be.
Is this Steve?
Is this
Steve
fucking Steve? Hey, Steve! Hi! You're a fucking idiot. Guess what? We're doing it.
And I also noticed you stopped typing when I started calling you out. So what happened to you? You were sitting there responding to Honest Red. You were ignoring me. Don't play that shit. Chash will let you know. Humanism what? Use words, moron. Use actual full sentences. You don't just type humanism in the chat and go, what do you mean? You're advocating for a lack of humanism for one group of people in exchange for a bunch of old white guys to feel better about themselves because they don't want to have to do more to treat people properly. Do you think he is not human? It's irrelevant whether or not I think he's not human. He's treating other people like they're not human. End of fucking story. Dipstick.
No, I think he's human. I just think he's turned into an exceptionally dumb human.
He's just that saying he's this logical fallacy of saying like, oh well, we're treating him like he's not a human, even though we're actively debating and talking about
that. In what way? Yeah.
In zero way. I don't care about the delay in the chat, Newtonia. The delay in the chat is in your fucking mind because you clearly got a couple of like knobs that are not touching and sparking properly. Because if you're saying that Steve and all these guys who are trying to dehumanize people by saying that they don't, because you probably haven't even watched the whole screen. I seen up top there. I got mod view. You were a new chatter, so you're new to this shit. Let me put you on game, dog. What they have been talking about, what it took us 6 hours to cover the first 40 minutes of, was them not even wanting to say the phrase LGBTQA+ because it was too much for them. So now that you're being caught up to what kind of people we're reacting to, let me ask you again, is it dehumanizing on their part to say we cannot accommodate people who are also humans because they differ in their sexuality / gender than we do. Give you a moment there for that delay. Maybe you can spark those two brain cells together.
We can wait. This is what this stream is all about. This whole stream is about bigotry gets no quarter here. There's a reason why we are pausing them so often, and there's a reason why it took us 6 hours to get through the first portion of this, is because we are not giving them anything. Atlas had to give them space because of the position they forced Atlas into. We're not in that position. We are not letting bigotry fly, because guess what? Bigotry is inhuman. So are you are dehumanizing him, for example. All right,
how are we dehumanizing him?
For example, it's okay. We can wait. We can put a pause on this.
Dehumanizing. We're just labeling what kind of human he is.
Well,
Come on,
let
Steve,
them
defend yourself.
Let them see what the example is.
Waiting.
What you're listing there is not an example of anything that we have done, so you might want to start over and actually do an example. You're bad at this.
No, we're talking about Steve. Name some way we've dehumanized Steve and the people in this video here. Not some nonsensical bullshit you're putting together in your own mind about what if they asked you to do this. That whataboutism shit is how I know you're dense in the noggin, dog. Because you're sitting here saying we dehumanizing Steve because we're holding him accountable for the moronic shit that he says. If that's dehumanizing him, then you have no clue what that is. What it really is, Newtonia, because I personally, maybe everyone else wants to see it, I personally don't give a shit about your response because you're lost in the sauce, is that he and his ilk are dehumanizing people. You haven't watched the first part of the video where they are quite literally not treating Atlas, who is in the background of the video and forced to almost be completely silent and not allowing Atlas to argue their points. So you've missed that part. They've completely dehumanized Atlas in their own video here, and then are also quite literally trying to take certain chunks of LGBTQ out of it because it doesn't make them comfortable in order to have to do it. Like at its simplest form. There's no example of any central premise. You're not a centrist. You're a fucking liar and a dipstick. You're a moron. You don't know what you're talking about. You're a Steve Sock account or you're John Foley, because there's no dehumanizing done here. We're holding someone accountable for the moronic words that they say.
Newtonian has jumped the shark, and when asked for, after making an accusation and making a claim about us dehumanizing somebody, he is now trying to present I wouldn't even call it a straw man. He's trying to present what our central argument is to us instead of demonstrating the claim like he was asked.
Yep.
That's
We've
what's
been just
happening.
kind of ripping apart the ridiculousness of the individually bad arguments moment to moment in this video.
Yeah.
Not really the people, right? Like, there hasn't been a whole lot of saying, like, I don't know, that Steve, before he cut his hair, looked like a knockoff Ice King from Adventure Time. Like, we haven't been doing that shit as much, so... Like, I mean, we could go that way. We could say that he's like Jordan Peterson's cum sock if we wanted to dehumanize him, but... Like, at the end of the day, what we're doing is making him look like a stupid human by ripping apart the stupid arguments. So maybe get the wires connected a little better before you go bitching in the side chat.
Hold on, before we begin, we are very different people, all of us. You can't put us all in any kind of one container
argument.
Tell us all what our central premise of our arguments are. We don't all have the same argument on this, and we have done nothing to make any of these people look bad. They have done it all on their own. We have done the only thing we have done is exposed the things that they are saying. They have done all the dog whistling and all the bigot nonsense on their own. So if dehumanizing is just talking about the things that they have said and giving them a voice, then wow, we're such bad people. I'll own it. I'm such a bad person about letting somebody have a voice.
We are not going to answer your questions until you demonstrate your accusation. Because we cannot get to point 2 until we can finish addressing point 1. So I will ask you again, and we'll give you time. I'll let Atlas speak, and then we'll go back into the video. You accused and made a claim that we were dehumanizing the people in this video. How? explain. Tell Elmo. Rocco's a rock. Steve is a bigot. Tell Elmo. Sorry, go ahead, Atlas.
No, it's perfectly fine. I refuse to see how us criticizing active bigotry is somehow us dehumanizing the people.
I agree. So hopefully they can come up with an answer for their bullshit, which they can't. So here we go.
At best,
I'm
it's
waiting,
tone
Steve or
policing.
John, whatever one you are.
It could just be a rando. We have no idea.
I'm living with this thought in my
they're
head.
going with this society ought to accommodate the self-described identities of people. Should we do that? Should we accommodate the? Well, I think that either we accommodate all of them, or we stop accommodating all of the additional stupid ones that we're currently accommodating. Right? Like, we just stop accommodating the churches. Let's stop accommodating all of the things. That's
Just
all
have-
the identity
let's
that people
just-
describe themselves as.
Let's just remove public bathrooms or bathrooms in schools. That makes sense.
Yeah, hold it.
No, you don't get to have a bathroom in your workplace anymore. Good luck.
Also, the phrasing society.
We'll just
If trans people aren't allowed in bathrooms, then nobody is allowed in bathrooms.
we'll just add diapers to the social safety net, and that'll sort it out.
Yeah, there we go. Perfect.
Also, the phrasing of society ought to accommodate the self-described identities of people is the most dehumanizing fucking sentence because it proposes the concept that they don't know what they're talking about in their own self-identification.
Right. So, okay, they finally answered the question, kind of. So, in response to the question, to address their accusation of saying that we are dehumanizing the people down below, they responded with, yes, we are dehumanizing them. Because you guys aren't charitable to their positions. Wait. It is honestly the most insidious form of hold on. I have to pull it up somewhere else because it's moving. It's moving. That's okay.
I got it here.
It's honestly the most insidious form of dehumanization. Not anything like that happened to the Jews. This is the most insidious form.
Blacks.
Blacks. To believe that their beliefs somehow has no mapping to reality at all. When did we say any of that?
Two things.
Can I get at him in a second?
Sirius, you go right ahead, because I need time to not be violently angry.
That was Atlas. Go ahead, Atlas.
Oh, sorry,
Thank you
Atlas.
for your grace. Thank you for your grace. Listen here, you dense motherfucker. I sat this entire goddamn stream with these stupid motherfuckers going back and forth and circle jerking each other off trying to do this stupid shit, and you're telling me I wasn't charitable? Listen here, motherfucker, I sat there that entire fucking time. What were you fucking doing, Steve? Or John? What were you doing? Finishing off on John's face or finishing off on Steve's? You tell me.
Hey, Maya.
Okay, so new Tanya, who is popping in saying it happened to the Jews, to the blacks, to everyone. Okay, once again, these are a bunch of middle-aged white guys, who are expressing the fact that there's never been any oppression to them unless they come from they would have to be in their 90s and come from like Italy or something like that, like Sicilians who got oppressed. So that's automatically first thing out of the toilet. You can't compare the two. Secondly, you're saying that we're not being charitable to their positions, but their positions are about dehumanizing people.
The problem is we are being charitable. That's the problem.
I mean, this is the. Here's what's annoying me about this is there seems to be this underlying implication, and I mean they're welcome to address this if they want to, but there seems to be an underlying implication here that if we accept people's identities in a broader spectrum, if we allow people a broader range of self-expression without mistreatment, that somehow this is the first step to genociding the whites? Like,
well,
or
it
something?
seems
like,
to be that
like
if we're not
target,
super,
they're
well,
going to be next in line. Like,
hey, yeah, go for it, Manya.
They're trying to be obtuse on purpose, I think, by now.
They're just trying to derail.
Yeah, they're trying to derail, and they're trying to obfuscate two topics together. Criticism versus being non-charitable are, two different things. There's a reason we are not giving Steve a charity. because he has been hanging out with some very, very questionable people now.
We are
So, for
literally
example, the modern day
taking
debate.
we're not adding any additional hatred or any additional
Nope.
context to what they're saying. That
Nope.
we are taking that we are being charitable. We're being charitable by taking them literally for the things that they are saying and addressing directly the things that they are saying. We are not taking things out of context.
The thing is that
we are
this
not
person,
putting words in their mouths. The dude literally said the architecture can't accommodate for it, which is absolutely ridiculous and absurd. There may be one or two outliers, but that is not an answer to what if a trans man goes into a male bathroom. That's not even close.
And I still don't understand where did the race come in from? I don't get it. This guy said, "Oh, it happened to the Jews and the blacks."
It was a point that
Yeah, it happened
Generic
to
was
the Jews
making.
and the blacks, and now Steve's doing it to the LGBTQIA plus community. I got all the letters there for you.
I need
the Aryan community, the white community, does this to minorities. Fucking shocker.
I just need to put this
Newtonia, you try, like, you need to sit down and think a little more about this. Now, I'm giving you charity here. You need to sit down and think a little more about this. I think so. Like Shesh said, I was listening. You jumped the shark. You felt defensive about this video that we are reacting to. For some reason, you felt defensive that you needed to come in and defend it. And the first thing that came to your mind was you are dehumanizing. So you spit that word out, and now you cannot justify it properly. So I get it if you're saying we are not being charitable. And what was the other thing they said, if I'm not wrong? We never said that. So again, we never said that their beliefs do not map. The thing is that beliefs are based on experiences. If they're going to come up
The
with
map is not
anecdotal,
the
if they're going to
territory.
come up with, and also and also then your beliefs should be. You would expect your beliefs to be informed. That's the motto of the non sequitur show. But over here, we can see that their beliefs are not informed. So, and then that's an okay thing. That happens with a lot of people, and for you to say that somehow dehumanizes someone is absolutely disingenuous and dishonest, in my opinion. So I will give you an opportunity to step back and say, okay, I jumped the gun, because this is asinine. This is very asinine, and I'm being very nice today. I'm in a good mood.
I think that it's also fair to point out, even though it's sort of already been pointed out since they came in later, I think. In case they've missed this, if they're like, I don't know if they're a fan of Steve or something, that's why they're defending him, or if they've stumbled across the stream. But we all know this guy. Well, I mean, not all of us. A lot of us know this guy very well. Right? Yeah, like Chesh used to be a host and producer on the show. I used to be a producer on the show before that. We've spent many hours trying to talk sense to see Steve on many topics that he's been dumb about, different ones over the years.
We should call this guy Steve.
And we've given Steve a lot of charity over time, but you know, when your ignorance starts spilling over into amplifying messaging that causes people harm, I think you start to lose the principle of charity, especially for people who know you know better. This is not us just picking on some random internet person.
And also like to say that, to say that we are accused, like to say that because their beliefs are not mapping or matching the reality is somehow our fault. It's not our fault. Their beliefs are, that's a fact. That's a standing fact that their beliefs are not mapping or matching with the reality. It's not our fault that it's not. Simple as that. Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. I'm like, but that's not our fault. That's not our fault. We are just highlighting that, and you're getting pissed off about it for I don't know what reason.
Jess, you're muted.
Oh, sorry, my mistake. Okay. What was I saying? I was saying you can be. I want to see a demonstration of how being uncharitable is dehumanizing, because we're not misrepresenting any arguments, because we're reacting and responding to directly the words that we're saying. We are being charitable in that we are not assuming any additional things onto the stuff that they are saying and have demonstrated up to this point. Also, I would very much enjoy and recommend that this person watch a video on Steve's channel about when you lose the principle of charity. What does it take to, because you can't give charity 100% of the time to everyone. You can't assume good intentions from everyone all of the time. And so what are those lines that you should look for? And what are those flags that you should look for? The video is on Steve's channel on a show called Caffeine Corner. I would recommend you go and take a look at that video and see if Steve checks the boxes for those reasons and those things to maybe have lost the principle of charity. All right, we are done with this.
Oh, I need to say one thing before we go.
Okay.
He doesn't know who I am. I'm Mr. Serious. Hi, Newtonia. I'm the charity guy.
This is true.
We did an entire stream before this one, and I was at like 100. Well, close to 100% charity as you can get. He has lost that over time. He will never hit 0% charity with me. I believe if you ever hit 0% charity, you yourself are acting dishonestly, because you have to give somebody something. You have to give somebody something.
He's not giving us charity.
Well, I know, because he's acting dishonestly.
Is he dehumanizing us?
Yes.
He's acting dishonestly.
But
correct.
But you have to give somebody something just in order to like put something on the other side of the scales, because otherwise you're acting so biasedly that you're not acting honestly. So he's always these people are always going to get charity from me, always. So you can't sit here and pretend like they're not.
Before we continue, I'll just address this really short thing that they've said about, well, there's many reasons that men and women flourish with the validation of the regimented concept view of men and women. Look, I mean, at the end of
individuals do well.
Even if I offer you maximal charity on that statement and say that statement is true, the fact that there are many women and men that are so fragile that they can't accept that there is variation between others that aren't exactly like them is a problem with them.
I would probably call that
something to cheer on in society.
I don't think I would call that being successful or thriving in that society either, because it just means you're ignorant and failing at that point.
Yeah,
on the other
putting
hand,
people in boxes is not like to compare with putting people in boxes and restricting them as with the discipline is absolutely. That's wrong. That's not how it works. Discipline should actually support your whatever your expression is, whatever your creativity is, who you are as you are. Discipline should be promoting that. If discipline is not promoting that, then that's not discipline.
I like how allowing other people to exist means that these edicts no longer exist. Like, these positions in society just would stop existing and stop benefiting each other.
Yeah,
which is absolutely ridiculous. Which is ridiculous.
Have a set of rules for yourself, personal self, but you cannot dictate the society to do that. You know, you can even tell a community time out.
Sorry, I need to time out for 1 second. We're back to the, wow, I am amazed at how easily I can empathize with bigots. Probably because you're a bigot. The reason you're able to empathize with these positions is because you are a bigot. I hate to be the bearer of bad news here, but when you say that because trans people are being discussed and allowed to exist in society, and we're not allowing bigotry any quarter in this stream, is an example of why you think society is devolving, means you are a bigot, and you can fuck off. I'm going to hit play now. I'm tired of allowing this person to derail the stream with their additional bigotry.
It was fun while it lasted.
Well, no, I'm not
because what you're arguing here is that, like, they shouldn't do anything about this because like this is the fault. It's like it's the fault that the trans person exists so that the situation happens.
I'm not blaming the trans person here. What I'm saying is that if you've got a school where you've got a class, let's say for argument's sake, of 30 girls that have just come in from a swim, and they go into the girls' locker room. You've got 30 girls who want to go into the locker room, and the argument has just been made that, well, since when is it mandatory to shower? Well, it doesn't matter if it's mandatory to shower or not. There's a facility there that was originally designated for biological women. Some of them may want to shower, some of them may not want to shower. And the fact of the matter is the vast majority of them are not going to want to go in there and take their clothes off when there's a big swinging dick in there, transgender or otherwise.
And that was my point.
Okay.
That was exactly
it's not,
please.
It's not.
Oh, that was a lot.
Wrong. You're wrong. You fuck John. Sorry, that's all I had to say because like I'm fucking sad.
The thing is
Hold
like
on, I was
you're
muted.
Yeah,
If I may. Do you know what happens at swimming pools here? Right? We have stalls with locks on them. So if we need to have a shower, we go into a stall and we lock the stall. So I don't know where this dick swinging comes in. If if they're saying, oh, it's a communal shower with open showers, that is wrong. And if you're going to say you cannot add on to the architecture, that I think so that's where it's getting fed from. If you cannot add to the architecture, you're just being lazy, in my personal opinion. Lazy and you are just and if you think, oh, we don't have the money, if you're going to say that, do a donation drive, buddy. Build like walls around that area and it'll be fine. You know, you can make up cubicles like that. There are always like, cost-effective solutions to these things. So to say that what is this? What is this? This is what has when was the last time Steve went to a communal, a place where people come have to shower? Has he gone to a gym? Does he know how? I went to a gym in Auckland. They had separate showers, but they were unisex showers. Anyone could go in there and use them, man or a girl, whatever. And
the problem with John's response is that he's skirting the issue by not actually addressing the answer to the problem. Right? If he thinks that this is a problem, and he's agreeing that it's not the trans person's fault, even though he's presenting it as if it's the trans person's fault, he's saying, no, it's not the school's fault. No, it's a matter of the number of people and the priority, because women shouldn't have to walk around and see a giant dick swinging around, which he's now explaining exactly why he's saying it's the trans person's fault, when it's not the trans person's fault. He just went in a fucking circle.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, why that if this is the same. This is on the
because
same
he doesn't want. He doesn't
women go out of their house.
No, he doesn't want a solution. He wants to complain, and he wants trans people to not exist.
This is on the same lines of people saying, "Oh, women shouldn't have gone out wearing skirts if they don't want to get assaulted." This is on the same lines, blaming the victims.
Yep.
In this thing, or the community that is going to be affected.
It's almost like they're completely ignoring the idea or the mentality that trans women aren't exactly wanting to go swinging their dicks around because they don't like that they have dicks in the first place.
I don't understand why any time in this conversation about like kids in school that we have to talk about like swinging kid dick.
Yep.
Yeah, it's such hyperbolic language. He's such a fucking asshole. Like, it's just, you go in there, you get this massive cock. First of all, we don't know his size. Don't do him like that.
This trans 18-year-old who is just minding their own business just has the biggest schlong.
Why is he thinking about that though? Why is his focus on like a trans person having a big old dong?
Because he needs to use rhetoric to make his point sound like it's more important than it is, because his point isn't important and it's actually just a giant circle jerk.
I also like to cover the fact that it's very telling when a middle-aged white guy talks about how it's bad for other people to have big dongs and how it's a problem that those you don't want to go down to the ghettos of New York City with all those black guys and their big swinging. I was like, why is that your sticking point, dog? You're laughing at your kid poolside for the ponytails. Maybe it's because you know where his genetic line is heading.
No, listen,
To the
we need to give these straight white men more opportunity to speak and more spaces to do whatever it is they want to do and more of absolutely everything, because otherwise they might never be heard, guys.
Yeah, no, it's not like we haven't been listening to them for like, I don't know, a couple thousand years. They write all the history books and shit.
Because Steve can't just go ahead and pull all of these people on for another stream, because this stream that we're watching right now isn't even the first one that's like this. There was another one that happened before this.
These innocent little girls are going to start losing eyes.
Oh no! Oh no!
It's not the fault of the administrators of the school, because they can't change the texture of reality, because we now suddenly have this issue.
The texture of reality?
Males wanting to go into female.
Fuck the trans person, right?
No,
like fucking for existing,
hang
right?
Hang on.
No,
here's my question though. Like, it's not mandatory. I don't know of any school, any whatever district.
Aaron, you're a fucking idiot. You're saying it's not mandatory, but you're giving these kids no other fucking option. They either go and have a shower, or they smell for the rest of the fucking day. That's it. That's the option. So to say that it's not because it's not her lived experience, she didn't have to deal with it when she was a kid, she's completely dismissing that this issue might exist for other people, and that's dumb as fuck.
Order where it's mandatory.
Let's assume it's not mandatory. That's irrelevant.
Okay, but furthermore, like I'm saying, like Steve, you want to point out, like, Steve's generation, I'm just a few years younger than him. But even when I was in school, if someone wanted a shower, they would have been weird. Like,
right, yeah,
so
and I'm
weird.
a little younger than you guys are, and that's the same way. But I think one thing would be like stepping away from the shower part, only because it's literally like the most common issues that are coming up now, whether it's athletes or locker rooms or whatever it is not necessarily the actual shower part itself, as much as not having private spaces to undress. Like, you're having to undress in front of everybody, and so when it's all biological women, the issue isn't as bad. Like,
No, the issue is just the same. The issue is the same. You don't know if those women are lesbians. You don't know if those women are sexualizing each other. There are absolutely women who assault other women in bathrooms, and they'll grab each other's titties and shit. Like, that is a thing that you get just as much hazing between girls as you do between guys. It might not necessarily be as violent in certain cases, or it might not get reported upon as much, but that does not mean it doesn't exist. If you want privacy for people, then everybody should have equal right to that fucking privacy. Done! You're welcome! You're wrong! God damn it!
If it's just as bad if a woman sees a man's penis, that it should be equally as wrong if a man sees a man's penis.
Right. Exactly.
Penis is the bringer of evil.
Any argument otherwise is just, I'm sorry, you try to make an argument to it's asinine. It's just fucking stupid, and I can prove that you're stupid. Try to make the argument. I know you're stupid.
I just sent you a link in Discord.
Yeah.
It is a project that is being done, which started tracking basically all crimes against children of a sexual nature. And breaking down what each of them are. It has
like what the crimes are?
Who committed them specifically.
Alright, cool. Hold on, I just put a bunch of cream on it.
Is there just like a fuck ton of lines that point to the Vatican or something?
It's probably a fuck ton of lines that point to white men over the age of 30, because like 70% of all sexual assaults are done by white men.
The past 27 weeks, 171 of them have been religious employment. One thing about that graph is one of the things they are tracking is if it was someone who was trans or not who committed the crime.
I see.
There's zero.
Yep,
In
we
the
can
past
see
27 weeks.
category, relation, status, name, state as well. All of this is listed. Pastor, coach, church, family member, cop. I don't see anything that's... I'm not seeing the whether or not they're trans.
That's
It's almost
because
as
there
if
hasn't
gender...
been anything to add to that document yet for them.
Oh, okay. Gotcha.
It's almost as if gender is not indicative of what sort of crime she might commit.
Well, it says who's committing sexual assaults against children. It's not the LGBTQIA plus community. And so it says 171 are religious employment, which is the largest. The next one is family/known at 120. The next one is teachers at 107. Police at 80, other at 64, politicians at 18, and doctors at 5, and then a 274 where it is not listed.
Well, there's this little game though that people like to play with these stats where, like, I don't know, you get a priest who diddles some boy in the church, and then suddenly they're not a priest anymore. They're part of the gay agenda, right? Like they were one of those sneaky gays. So they were LGBTQ all along. They went after a boy. You know, like, just so many dishonest framings to try to... Yeah, right?
It's one of those things where it's just absolutely ridiculous to identify... Like, what if we identified each other by whether or not we have connected or disconnected earlobes? What if that was the thing that delineated people?
Is there not an entire episode of Rick and Morty about the round nipples and the sharp nipples and
yeah.
the race war? Like,
what if we identified everybody by innie outie? What if we identified everybody by lefty righty? Oh wait, we did that. We did that before, didn't we? That didn't go well for left-handed people. Wow.
No, my mom used to be left-handed until Catholic school.
Huh, weird. Funny.
Dare society have to make two types of scissors?
Maybe what organs you're born with are just as arbitrary as everything else, and it should be treated as such.
What arises from biological matter is not necessarily defined by biological matter.
Well, that, and it's not like all of the cells in your body are all one gender anyway.
Facts.
And besides, if it is a dick that defines you as a man, I can just go get one of those. If I can go and get surgery and get a dick, do I count as a man now? Or are you gonna stop fucking bitching about it? If I get my dick removed, are you gonna stop fucking bitching about it? Because that's the whole goddamn problem. Because apparently, the thing that identifies somebody as the thing, even switching your junk up, is still not fucking good enough for these people. That's part of the problem.
Because they're oh, sorry, go ahead.
Still going to be people that are uncomfortable because there isn't, like, you know, say 3 small dressing rooms where people can use them if they would like or whatever. The issue right now that a lot of people are coming in, you know, into contact with or having, you know, to go through is the fact that the locker room is just one big room and people are used to just being in there with biological women or biological men, and now it's like if you feel uncomfortable you can't speak about it, and it puts everybody in an uncomfortable position. And
that is the opposite of the problem. The problem is now that everybody is speaking about how uncomfortable they are all over the place, and people like this are making it worse because they're not properly identifying the problem nor properly identifying the solution, and it's the easiest fucking solution on the planet.
Also,
Stalls.
Here they are. It's the same thing of like when people get on Twitter and are like, I'm not allowed to have my opinion. Like, yet here you are posting it. Here you are in a stream talking about it. It's not like the Gestapo are gonna come and take you to the gulag for fucking talking about how you were uncomfortable. Like what are you talking about? You're on a platform right now. So you're literally you're gaslighting yourself into the concept that you don't get to have an opinion while you're complaining about it with your opinion. And nobody has brought any facts whatsoever to this. Just dumbass articles. It's just sickening and stupid. And the fact that Aaron is the one even putting a small amount of like logic into it while still also being like kind of dense is demonstrably hilarious. Like it's like
Aaron and Goose.
I don't know who Goose is.
But
Goose is the other woman talking.
But what about the people on Twitter forcing Steve to not express his opinions? I mean, that's all he bitches about.
Yeah, all he ever does is talk about how he's not allowed to have an opinion.
Twitter won't let me say what I want to say as I fucking type and post what I want to say. Dumbass.
Ooh. I have a thing for this.
Don't we all?
Oh god. What are you sending to me? The pastors and church employees top the week 19 report of who's making news for sex crimes against children. Yes, surprise, surprise.
Oh, that was the,
Oh, you mean this thing. I'm showing it on screen. It's Saitama... No, it's Saitama...
I love dick butts.
It's Saitama holding a sign that says, if you don't want to be called out for your bullshit, stop saying bullshit.
Damn, he delivered this in one punch too, didn't he?
Fucking...
You know, I don't think it's the, you know, F the trans person, or I don't think people are trying to say that part. I think
yes, they are.
Like
this is back to the this is back to the initial problem. This is their and I think David brought this up earlier. This is they are trying to have this conversation in a bubble as if there aren't literally massive swaths of bigoted assholes with incredibly large platforms, and of which are politicians that are literally saying fuck trans people. That they've supported, Michael Knowles
Jordan
being
Peterson
one of them.
Is still on Twitter.
Right, like these are people. They are trying to have this conversation as if this entire portion of reality doesn't exist. It's absurd,
it's like
and
they
it's
only
bigoted.
Like the beginning of Pleasantville.
Oh yeah,
right.
Yeah, I've said it before. Ugh, sorry, it's just no. To your point, it's once again you're talking into an echo chamber. You've created one. You've brought a different person into who's supposedly supposed to have a debate with you. You don't allow them to speak, and anytime anyone gives you any kind of pushback, including people who clearly support you, you push back against that. So like you talk into a go ahead, Josh, I'm sorry.
And then you bring in two women who are there to apparently back you up, who don't even understand the topic. Because their first thing is saying, I don't understand why this is a problem because it didn't happen to me.
Right. And there's the other part where this goddamn thing has no structure. Like, how the fuck do you want to have a giant umbrella term fucking debate and don't have a list of bullet points and assign a certain amount of time to each point? I don't understand what the fuck he was trying to do besides be obtuse.
Yep.
No, that's what he was trying to do.
A very large voice right now. The majority is like, if they speak up or say anything, then you know they're condemned, and I think that's you know that's something that is I don't know.
Okay,
in my opinion,
the whole
that's just not true.
Go ahead, Aaron. And by the way, wait. By the way, hi Goose, welcome to the Non Sequitur Show.
Oh, I thought I recognized that voice. Hi, Goose.
I know when he sees us talking, everybody's like, he's ignoring, you know, it's like, you know, welcome.
He's so excited to get away from that fucking topic, isn't he?
Real quick, I want to go ahead and say, like, these things, like, once again, this is a heated topic for me, so, like, I'm going to step myself back a little bit on that. John,
fuck me.
Apologies on that, but the reason I say that is because these situations, these situations are put there because people are behind on the times. And so it's not the fault of the person who is actually this thing who now has to deal with themselves and be themselves, and this environment is not conducive to them existing.
Well, not necessarily.
And that's why I have a problem with it.
I have an issue with that because
I kind of agree with that. Yeah, I mean, I feel like nothing has evolved to understand and handle this as properly as we all should. You know, and it's still kind of new in a lot of
well, that's of course that's the case. But I mean, but Goose has been around for a while in the athletic sector, right? So she's done the sports and she's seen some of these things, at least.
Well, he said that he didn't agree with you, and then he's just moving on.
Well, no, actually, he sort of goes like, well, yeah, I do agree with that, but also let's talk about
no,
sports.
when you're the one who said it, he said he disagreed. When Aaron said it, he agreed.
Win-win. When's a win?
Well, no,
Alright.
I can't even count that one because it's like people only listen to the part where he disagreed with you. Like they're not listening to the entire scope of it. They're just listening to the part where he disagreed with you. Doesn't matter that somebody else stumbled ass backwards into the same point and then piggybacked off you. It's Steve makes me sick.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm dehumanizing him by saying he makes me sick as a human.
No, dehumanize him. Fuck him.
No, I would never. I'm above that.
Steve is an inhuman pile of garbage. He is a slime that has been isekai'd.
I'm gonna let you in on a secret, Atlas. I'm too good for Steve.
I'm too good for Steve. I think we're all too good for Steve. I think that's why we're here.
I'm a pretty girl.
Hey, Newton, are you still here, my buddy? Come on, Steve, just come out.
Come be with us. Be a better person you could ever be with that guy.
You know what? Steve, you can renounce yourself and then come in here as a Trojan horse.
Oh my
We'll see how long
god!
that lasts.
When Steve McRae flips the fucking coin and Steve McRae is now his dead name and he's moved on and become a better person, involved from a chrysalis of bigotry.
He puts on sunglasses and pretends to be Stevie Wonder, but white.
He shaves his head, puts on a baseball cap and aviators, and looks like a walking thumb.
Trans person coming into as biologically male. I can speak from the military, right? And if you see
No, you can't.
Here, this is something that the Army.
No, you can't speak for the military, Steve. Just like how Goose can't speak for all women in athletics, and just like Aaron can't speak for all women, and just like Atlas can't speak for all of the LGBTQ+ community, just like John Foley doesn't get to speak for every bigot. You don't get to speak for the military. Also, how long has it been since you've been in the military, Steve?
And also, who the fuck cares about your small stream?
Well,
when was Steve in the military? When did he leave? I'm pretty sure it was sometime after Desert Storm, was it not?
I don't know.
If I remember correctly, it's been a hot minute since Steve was actually participating in the military. So bringing this up as if he can speak on current events for the military and current positions of the American military is absolutely fucking absurd.
You know what? Speaking for all white men, for Steve, this is going to be a strike one.
I will just say that I am allowed to talk for all black people, though. That is a thing.
Oh, yeah, obviously.
For all VTubers.
I speak for all VTubers. I speak for all goblins, for I am the queen.
May we all meet that great hentai in the sky.
Bro, you don't castrate dogs, dipshit. You neuter them. Who's castrating dogs? What the fuck?
Why does having a dick dictate whether or not your level of manliness? Like, why is there do you level up in manliness by how does that work?
If
like,
dicks made your manliness as solid as it ought to be, then you shouldn't be so fucking intimidated by buff women.
Eric Cartman said it best. You don't shoot people in the dick. It's not cool.
It's not cool, bro.
You fart on people's balls.
You'll level them down.
Transgender training, it says naked men identifying as women allowed to be in female showers. Again, this is a little bit hyperbolic. I admit this comes from a Christian thing, so it is hyperbolic. But it has to do with the integration of transgenders into the military, where if they identify as a female soldier, they do shower with them. Now, in my day, birthings were separate. You had the males and the other females. And it was open showers.
Back
there was no
in
stalls.
my day.
There was no privacy. It was just shower head, space, and
when Ted Nugent mattered.
I'm pretty sure we've already all established that the American military is abusive to its members. Moving on.
And you showered as a group, okay? Again, my day, which was way back when in 87.
Okay.
Okay,
before we move on.
Let me finish real quick because
it is. You stopped, Steve. You left a whole ass gap there, and then as soon as Atlas started talking, you're like, no. Side note. Back in my day, we had these showers where there were no stalls in the military, and the thing that he's using to back up his claim and his source, the source that he's citing, is a Christian propaganda website.
Victory for Steve.
What am I witnessing? This is on the Non Sequitur show.
I thought he was supposed to be an agnostic.
I thought he said he was pro LGBT people.
Maybe he can't take a stance on anything.
If he's not going to talk about how he was traumatized from all the tickle fights that he got into in the shower, then I don't want to hear the rest of his point.
I don't know how you get traumatized by tickle fights. They're so fun.
If we're not getting into the gay porn LARP of the military part of the stream, we're not interested.
It's important because when a man walked in to the female birthing, they have to say male on deck or man on deck, or male in birthing. They have to at least announce themselves that a man is coming in because a woman might be changing. Now, because of how things that you have said, might be the new thing, that may not be the case because they're not treated obviously as a male because they're identified as a female, but they're still biologically male, and that's the difference that you and I were having on Twitter of what.
But your issue was about dicks, and go ahead.
Also,
you go first.
Oh, sorry.
It's fine.
I was just pointing out that, isn't it funny that he still wants to fight with Twitter me and not have the fucking conversation with me?
Oh, yeah. Obviously.
Also, his insistence on him and Foley's insistence on identifying. You gotta identify yourself and picking this binary, right? Picking this particular binary thing that makes them the most comfortable. But then in the beginning of the stream, if memory serves, he was like, "Why can't I'm a crusty old boomer? Why can't you just hide it and live in the closet like you used to do back in the day?" Yeah. So once again, why are you trying to identify these people other than for your brand of bigotry? You want them to Sorry, go ahead.
They want them in the closet, right? They don't want them to exist in public. And they want them to be able to be identified, but they also don't think that they can identify themselves.
Yeah, they're targets, not people.
So at what point, what are trans people supposed to do? Because they're saying having a dick is a problem, and that's what makes you a man, and that's what makes it problematic that you're in a woman's space. And then when it's brought up to say, well, what if they've transitioned and they don't have a penis anymore? It's like, no, it's about their biological gender now. You stop moving the fucking goalpost. Just say that you don't, just fucking pick a lane.
The irony is that they can't just choose to say they're bigots. It's like, all right, so you're saying you're a centrist and you're saying you're this and you're that, but you're tiptoeing around just being, while you're complaining about people not identifying in a binary term, when we call you one, like a bigot or a moron or a racist or whatever, then you're like, no, I'm just I'm not that. I like to think about this and that and philosophize and blah, 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 blah. But it flies in the utter. Funny enough, it's not, the fact that the show is non sequitur because these motherfuckers are just jumping to conclusions that have nothing to validate them, and then backpedaling and stumbling ass backwards over their own arguments.
They're contradicting themselves.
They're literally non sequituring all over the place.
Yeah. Yep. You have to clean the walls after this one.
Going back to a point that I made earlier, did he say something about the effect of that people who identify as women shower with women? And people who identify as men shower with men now in the military?
No. Now I think he sort of hinted that now it's all one big thing. I think that's what he said. So now he's like, oh yeah, men and women can both go into the same showering areas. Yeah, I think that's what he said.
So like I said earlier, he is living in the bullshit RoboCop world where everyone showers together, and that's why he's sitting there jerking off to Starship Troopers, and that's why he thinks that everyone should be all showering together, and it's a problem.
Steve is literally just big mad that in the bathroom or in pictures he can't identify a trans woman from a woman, and so he's worried he might jerk off to who's a biological man.
Oh, this
might be a toxic statement to make. Oh, I'm sorry if I interrupted someone. Someone want to go?
No, you're good.
Okay, yeah. In the non-spoken words of Steve and John Foley, why doesn't a trans person just die and save us all the trouble?
That's the implication that they're. Yeah, that's the implication. Is just like if it's not hiding away, which doesn't benefit anything at all in any way, shape, or form. It creates more problems than it solves. It is just say you don't like. It's the same shit I say about racist. Just say you don't like black people. I can live with that. My family comes from South Carolina. I can live with that. Yeah, if you just say, because then I know not to talk to you and your opinion is invalid. But you trying to claim this.
Why are you LARPing as a Yeah, as a ally.
Yeah, as an ally, or even just why are you LARPing as a logical person? Like, you're just pretending that you actually think longer than like half a second before you make some moronic statement, and that it's anything more than just kind of geocentric. It's just all about you, me. It's all about me, penny proud type shit. Is frustrating because it's disingenuous, and instead of owning up to, and they know it is, they know what they're saying is disingenuous. That's why when they get pushback, they fight against it.
I'll be right back.
Okay,
Yeah,
to continue what I was saying earlier, I don't think that I think that their issue with trans people is very connected to their issues with trans people when it comes to bathrooms, and it's almost like this is my idea of how they feel about trans people, and it's kind of very Looney Tunes-ish. It's like Bugs Bunny dressing up as a woman, and like winning one over on Elmer Fudd.
Yeah.
He's like trans people are going to dress up as a woman to like trick women, like they're going to get them, but because they have a dick, they're going to rape them or something, and then that's what they're going to do. Like that's how they're going to get them, but because they have a dick, that they're going to have the ability to do it, and it's like, why even go through all those extra steps? Like, it makes no fucking sense. Like, if they were to go through all these extra steps that they're imagining in their heads, they would realize that it's so fucking dumb that it's amazing.
Well, why would you impose this on only trans people and not impose it on straight cis people?
See, I honestly believe that if all these steps went onto a cis person, they would just call that person trans. Like, there would literally be no difference in their mind.
I would also actually go a step further and say that their issues with trans people are an extension of their issues with women. They think they think that women exist in a box, and they exist in a specific box, and trans women don't fit in that box. And trans women speak differently because they come from a space of having grown up with male entitlement. And so they're coming from like, no, you listen to me because I'm entitled to have my voice heard, something that women don't grow up with when they're younger, right? So women have a different approach than trans women do, and men don't like it when women talk to them like that. On top of that, I would also then add in that they do not like that trans women don't exist in this same little tiny female box that they like to put women in, because they like to sexualize literally everything women do, no matter what their age is. And so a trans woman then suddenly not fitting in that box, and now they have to sexualize trans women the same way that they are trying to sexualize women in general, and they're afraid of that because there might be a penis involved.
Yeah, I mean, to be perfectly honest, anybody who's like, any kids out there, I mean, they talked about this earlier, it was really fucking weirding me out. Kids trying to get gender reassignment surgery or trying to begin the steps, and people out there are trying to make a big deal about it because they're sexualizing
puberty
it.
Blockers. It's not even sexual reassignment surgery. That's already steps too far.
I know. I'm talking about like the they're going in that direction. Like eventually they'll get there, but let's say they're going in that direction.
Yeah.
And people are already like trying to sexualize it, and they're talking about a kid. As I'm looking at you, and I'm thinking pedophile. That's all I can do. I can't think anything else. I'm looking at you and I'm thinking pedophile. So you fucking looking at a kid and you're trying to sexualize things about that kid. You're a fucking pedo, buddy. That's all I can think.
You hit the nail on the head.
We allow men to be far more naked than we allow women to be, because women's bodies are sexualized. Period. End of sentence. No matter what that they are doing, even whether or not they're naked. A woman goes to do yoga in, like, just regular clothing, like, regular comfort, like, sweatpants and a tank top, like, regular tank top, not spaghetti, like a fucking regular tank top, and that's gonna be sexualized by people. It doesn't matter what she could be doing it in full-on burqa, and it would not fucking matter.
They do like naked or topless yoga right in the Halifax Commons here.
Yeah, women go jogging and it gets sexual. Women walking down the street is sexualized.
No, but what I'm saying is like they do that here.
Yeah.
And nobody cares. Like nobody, like society isn't collapsing because a woman took off their shirt, right? And at the end, like it's, if it causes a traffic accident, maybe people should learn to keep their eyes on the goddamn road.
That's not the woman's. That's not the woman's fault. Exactly. That's the fault of the driver not paying attention.
That's funny because there was an entire episode of American Dad where the fucking what's his name is rubbernecking, and then he's trying to blame it on everything but the fact that he's like a weird. He wanted to not weird, but whatever. He just wanted to stare at a chick. Here's the thing: you could also just go with that. Like, yeah, sure, it's sexualized to me personally, but you not allowing that personalized feeling about it be kept to you is where the even bigger problem comes into play. Because it's on you. You feel like these things are sexualized. You feel that way. You're the one teaching your kids that, like this motherfucker John Foley teaching it. You feel that putting pigtails in your son's hair is something laughable. I wouldn't feel that as a teacher who's had male students who worn dresses. I never felt like, this little boy is gonna be gay or something like that. No, it was like it's
none of your business.
It's exactly, and also he was a good kid, so I didn't give a shit.
Your kid's sexuality is none of your business. Even as a parent, it is none of your business because your kid is allowed to have privacy as long as nobody's hurting anybody. It is not your fucking problem, and it shouldn't be a problem anyway.
My question is just, why is everybody on this Yujiro Hama shit and you gotta watch your kid fuck to know that they're not gay?
Ew!
Well, these are the same people that are complaining about their kid going to the bathroom and someone attacking them in the bathroom. It's like, well, why the fuck aren't you just watching your kid? Like, it's not particularly hard to just walk with your kid to the bathroom. Anyone could attack them regardless of gender, but they use that point earlier. It's like, oh, if anyone's just allowed to go into the bathroom, if anyone's just allowed to go in the shower, and it's like, okay,
anybody already can.
Exactly. Like, what's the same logic that they use to say, well, we shouldn't make this legal and that legal because then people will use it like drugs.
Listen, you have to understand that the architecture for the force fields that exist for the bathroom cannot be recalibrated in this manner.
Is that why the Death Star got blown up? Is because they couldn't get out the same restrooms. God damn it, Atlas, you beat me to it. You beat me to it with the accent. But yeah, that's like who's working on the. It's so.
I'm sorry.
No, you're fine. It was good that you acknowledged the voice.
God forbid any of these people ever find out that men can lactate. God forbid.
That actually
we can do that,
right?
Yeah.
Right. So before we move on, we can go ahead and we could say that we can table the discussion on like high.
I am so sorry. You are hurting my ears. I need to turn this down for myself. It's not your fault. This is Steve's fault. No. This is a Steve problem. I just need to turn you down for my own sake, but hopefully I don't think it'll affect the outside. I apologize. I just needed to pause for a second and turn this down.
No, it's fine. It's that same crappy voice program that I was using to try to do my voice. That crashed my computer. That's doing that. And I didn't know what it was until I deleted it.
Well, Steve should fucking get his production on point. It's Steve's fault anyway. Hashtag Steve's fault.
Hashtag I have no problems.
School, showers, and below.
Sure. Atlas never did anything wrong.
Okay,
so
I
don't think that's an issue. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So that's my point. So like right now with biological men, what I was trying to get at here is that biological men doesn't matter in this context because just saying biological male doesn't mean anything. If you're trans, you're trans. So if you're going through this and you are in fact trans and you are integrating into the gender that you feel is your gender, it doesn't matter your biological beginnings. You are now changing yourself for this.
But the gender doesn't change the biological sex, right? I mean, I think we all.
But it doesn't matter. That doesn't matter. It's completely irrelevant. The problem that you're having is that there are dicks in women's spaces. So if you lose the dick, it shouldn't matter. Not that I even agree with that.
Once again, though, they're pointing to this like the biology of it, it doesn't matter because you don't, like you just said, you don't have a dick anymore. Like, let's roll with that scenario. You could talk about the biology of it, but then why is your focal point someone seeing a big old swinging dong? What if it's gone? And you would still have a problem with it. You've already showcased that you would still have a problem with it because you're focusing on the bio. Even in Steve's terminology, these are two biological women. Irrelevant. It's irrelevant that they're biological women. Just say it's two women. Like there's two women. And like I don't have to go into it's like as a biological man. No, I'm a dude. Whatever.
Oh, a Winding Land made a really good point and said it's a non sequitur.
True. He wants to hang on. He's leaving his anchor in this place where, quite literally, all he has to do is pull it out of there, and then suddenly he gets to hate less people.
To be fair,
as soon as he pulls it out of there, he gets to hate less people. Isn't that weird?
Alright, you know what would be really big-brained, though? Hear me out. A way to, like, spin this around would be, like, if Steve just started playing this character where no matter what point anybody made, he made a non-sequitur about it in response, and, like, that was the new show. Like, that, like, that's the joke? Like, that would be really funny.
Is that not what he's doing right now?
He's only doing it to you.
This is
I've seen Twitter. I don't think so.
I mean in the stream.
This is an elaborate Kaufman-esque prank. That's all this is.
Yeah,
I refuse to believe this is reality. He faked his own death so he could start the non sequitur show. That's what happened.
Oh, okay.
Should agree. This is again.
I think hormones would beg to differ.
Well, no.
Yeah,
before we jump into that discussion, because I feel like that's a whole nother ball game here in this discussion. I want to just elaborate on something here.
Did they just say that hormones aren't biology?
Yes, they fucking did. Welcome to my world.
That almost slipped past me because I was like, oh no, I understand what they're saying. They're saying, like, they're talking about chromosomes. But that's not what they actually said. They actually said hormones are not that's not how biology works. It's like, no, hormones are 100% a big part of the way biology works. What the fuck?
It's my old friend. These dumbasses are talking again.
No, biology is you're wrong. Biology is just the scientific study of bicycles.
Oh.
Yeah,
okay.
So it's fine.
I prefer unicyclism. My Lord and Savior, one wheel Christ.
Yo.
Speaking of society devolving, our brains. We'll go for like another 20 minutes and we'll take another break.
It's like a SpongeBob effect with this fucking thing.
Okay, like you were mentioning how things were, back then or whatever, how everyone was right next to each other or whatever. But now every public
in the army,
changing room, like whether you're at like a water park or a public pool or wherever, okay, or a place where just anywhere where people are going to be taking clothes off, there are stalls for people to go in, or little changing stalls. Right, yeah. And here's my point though. People are encouraged to use them when they feel uncomfortable. Well, people feel uncomfortable when they know for a fact, or they believe for a fact, that everyone around them is of the same gender, and that's why these things exist. These things have existed long before this was an issue. So what is so different? Like, why can't they revert to using these stalls out of uncomfortableness, like they have been encouraged to do all along? What is
because the problem is the people aren't uncomfortable with them changing, they're uncomfortable with someone else changing. So what you're actually asking for in that case, and I understand what Erin is trying to do and trying to get at, but again, she's missed the point. You're still at the point where you're blaming the trans person and you're saying, hey, trans person, you have to use this stall because this person is uncomfortable. It doesn't work when sorry, go ahead.
No, it's okay. She's actually not referring to that. She misspoke. She is actually referring to the people who are clutching their pearls.
Right, she's saying but there's a reason why that's not going to work. Because you can't say that all the women in the women area, if they feel uncomfortable that there's a trans person in the woman space, you've already started off on the wrong foot. Right? So now you're trying to reason out why all of the women who have a communal changing room should all be using the handful of stalls that exist for people who are uncomfortable with themselves. So she's asking a question but not really understanding that the answer is that because these people aren't uncomfortable with themselves, they're uncomfortable with the other person. So the only answer for this person, who's uncomfortable with the other person is for that person to be in a stall. And it's also, like, it doesn't make any sense from, like, just a logistics standpoint for all 30 women to use the 2 to 5 stalls that exist in the entirety of the change room instead of the one trans person trying to exist. Right? It just does not work that way.
Right, but I mean, the way I would, like, at least try to steelman her on this,
oh, sure.
Is that, if they're gonna be a bigot, then go use those stalls, but I don't think that, well, most people are bigots. I mean, there's a large majority, but I mean, like, some people might just, oh, there's a trans person here, okay, and then turn around and do their fucking business because, you know, it's how real people work. And instead of, like, all 30 people automatically being the bigoted side, it goes like, oh my god, we can't have this, and then all 30 women going out there. I think I
can understand that she's trying, and there is a point that can be made, like, if you were to able to, like, pony off of what she's saying and kind of course correct it a little bit. But it's still, like, I'm not giving very much charity to this stream and how it's being handled, so I don't think that's gonna happen.
Absolutely.
I just think I'm just giving her some reasonable pushback about why, like, the answer to her actual question, because I feel like it's going to get derailed real fast.
There is some historical precedence whenever you give, like, any leeway to people who, like, whenever they feel a certain way, then you have to push other people out of your area. And that's like with, like, black-only bathrooms. I mean, I would know something about that. Like, general minority wouldn't have anything to say about that. You'd have to listen to the white guy about those kind of things.
Who's general minority?
Generic minority, I'm sorry.
You're the general. You've been promoted.
You've been promoted.
Admiral minority.
The white guy has promoted you.
I mean, that's how it's supposed to be. Isn't the white man supposed to tell me my station?
Oh, fuck.
No.
I did. You're welcome.
Why is the white man telling you your station? You're not a television.
I was gonna try to name a black station, but BET is owned by a white guy, so it doesn't matter.
Fuck.
Damn.
So different about this that is not good enough.
I know. Ask Atlas.
What the fuck, Steve?
What are you talking about?
What,
why would you ask Atlas that? He's not the one with, or she's not the one with the problem. Atlas isn't the one with the problem here. You are the one stating that you have a problem with it. Excel is the one saying they have a problem with it. John is the one saying they have a problem with it. Why, when Aaron comes up with a reasonable explanation, although incorrect, although, like, at least it's getting somewhere, you respond with as if Atlas is the one who thinks that's not fucking acceptable? The fuck are you doing?
He is actually taking the position that what she was saying was that the trans people should just leave the fucking bathroom.
Oh, okay.
So he's missing. Yeah, so that's what he's doing. He's using the flip. He's like, well, see? Ask Atlas. Why can't they just go to the bathroom? Why can't they leave the rest of the biological people alone?
Remember what I said when I said, I see what Aaron is trying to get at, but she is not coming from the right. She's got a wrong starting position, and here's why. Steve just proved my point. Welcome back.
Yeah, General, use your own bathroom.
General minority, we need to stop these people.
Nah, I'm too busy using my own bathroom. Help us, general minority. You're our only hope. How do you know I'm not the one running the Death Star? I would blast this fucking planet in a hot second.
That would count as helping. Thank you.
General minority, please blow it the fuck up.
Oh, no.
Execute Order 6969. Why? It's funny.
Manya, did you pop in here to say something? Because you're muted.
It was always Alderon.
I'll speak. Don't worry. I'll speak. Later.
Oh, okay. Later.
What are they hoping to accomplish
in the future?
Right? I mean,
who is trying to accomplish what?
Okay, no, okay, so like I was saying, so say for example, like if you're going to a water park, okay, or whatever, or like, and you go to change into your bathing suit, well, there are some people who feel uncomfortable doing that regardless, even if they believe for a fact that everyone around them is of their same gender. Okay, they will still use these changing cells because they're uncomfortable. So what is so different that these changing cells, this option is not good enough for people now if it's over the trans issue? Why is that not good enough?
I think that's perfectly fine. But let's do you have
Yeah, Erin is not explaining herself well, even if you're charitable to her, because the way she is explaining it makes it sound like she's saying, why don't trans people use the stalls? Even if that's not what she's trying to say. It is what it sounds like. I don't blame Steve for actually getting that incorrectly, because she's not explaining it very well, if that's not what she means.
You have, and there are dishonest agents out there. Let's just be frank. There are dishonest agents.
What does that have to do with anything that she said?
They'll change right in the open area willfully, right? Just to make other people, I think, uncomfortable. I mean, we look at that. Remember
Jessica
Yaniv, whatever.
Jessica Yaniv.
She was
Jessica Yaniv.
Jessica Yaniv.
Guys, we came up with one example of someone being annoying, and that person got kicked out, rightfully so. So what's the problem?
Because that one person is now the example for all trans people we don't know.
What, one person did it? Oh, well, fuck it. Sorry, trans people. Throw in the towel. You had your chance.
They've missed
Order 69.
And again, they've missed the point. If the problem is men being predatory, then men need to be the ones that are dealt with. Don't punish trans people because men are a problem. If men are the problem, you need to deal with men. So if men can't be trusted to be in public bathrooms, then men don't get to use public bathrooms.
I mean, it's kind of shocking that in this Discord that it has women in it, that there are a bunch of men surrounding them.
Weird.
I don't trust these men.
I don't trust these men in my Discord. Not Discord, Google Meet. Sorry, I'm a fucking asshole.
You mean like these ones down here that we're watching?
Meets. Yeah, the people we're watching.
Yeah. That's fair.
Yeah, she was somebody who was obviously going out of her way to make people uncomfortable, right?
Oh, I wasn't even thinking that the person who was trans. I was thinking that everyone else was complaining about this. So why can't they just go into one of the dressing room cells? Why is that not good enough?
That's what I was
I got you, because I think
that infrastructure may not exist yet.
Yeah, or they might say,
see
look,
where I live, but
what do you all already agreed that there are stalls that exist for people who are uncomfortable within their own gender areas. Right, you don't get to turn around and say, but the infrastructure and the walls aren't there though. No, we already agreed that those things existed. So if we agree that those things existed, why, as soon as it's about anybody else having to do anything besides the trans people, it's a problem. I can't believe it's not bigots.
Build it, shouldn't they?
Go ahead.
Right, exactly. Yeah.
You can't just.
You go to any water park.
So these people can't exist in these spaces until these things are built, is what I'm hearing.
No, I'm telling you that the novel part of our society that's ascendant is going to have to demonstrate a bit of fucking patience. Whilst we.
I think that's an absolute crock of shit.
You're right. That is absolute crock of shit.
Yeah, what? How much more patience? Like what? Okay, I'm sorry, trans people. You just guys are just gonna have to wait until we figure this shit out. Because we don't know how stalls work.
Listen,
what are hammers? What are nails?
We don't even know.
We'd have it. What? Yeah. What?
I'm gonna serious. You and I both know this, being Americans and you being in Kentucky, but me being a minority. We both know this side of this. We can't even handle the fucking racism that this country was built on, and how to handle it. Let alone something that is actually, I mean, it's just as simple, but it's like we can't even handle those things. We got Native Americans, Black people, Asians who were forced to make the railroad, and then Hispanics for a while there, Middle Eastern people post 9/11 that
Irish
were subject
people
to a lot
before
of
that.
Irish people, Italians, Greek people, Jewish people when they came to America. Because in New York City, the reason why the term kike exists is because they couldn't pronounce or spell their last names in English, so they had to mark it with an X, which is known as a keikel, and hence how that slur became for Jewish people. So this is a country that has not handled even its 10 levels of racism that were helped build it. These fuckwits can't figure out. We got the dipstick in the chat arguing binary genders.
We got the fucking colonial in the fucking.
Yeah, I think after so many white men L's that they would start to look for a W.
No.
I mean, it makes sense that the colonials complaining about not being able to build anything because everybody knows that Britain had to get everybody else to build everything for them.
Listen, this country's greatest monument to its achievement was a gift from France. I live there. I know. I've been there. It's a really shitty tall woman who was built by France to show us how great we are. And I honestly thought I swore as a kid it was like a Trojan horse. I'm like, they're gonna blow that shit up someday, right?
I'm pretty
like,
sure
no
it was
way.
a joke.
Never trust the French.
On the other hand, right, this guy is saying that trans people need to wait for people to build the infrastructure because the foundation for the literal walls don't exist, while also arguing that they shouldn't have to make the walls. What do you mean? You're not even agreeing to make the change that you're saying that they need to be patient about you making. How about agree to that first, then start actually seeing some change in legislation? Because right now the predominant legislation in America is anti-LGBTQ+ and anti-women.
He's still trying to understand cogito ergo sum before he can actually work on real issues.
Oh, okay. I guess that's fair.
Shit.
I mean, well, things don't happen overnight.
Really? Really? Because your whole brain got bigots. Really? Because your whole brain got rewrote after one night.
That's what people. What he means to say is he's like, this is what he means to say. Not in my lifetime.
Right.
I just translated for you.
Not over my dead body.
Look, it wasn't that.
Pog.
It wasn't that long ago that whatever amount of privilege I have now wouldn't have existed because I'm a left-handed ginger. like, like these people
Steve
are so socially fragile. right? Like they're so social. I think humans in general, just large groups of humans that have any kind of commonality, become fragile to anything outside of that commonality over a period of time.
We have been
Did you
at
say
this.
Steve is Jewish?
Yes.
Yes.
Self-loathing is a big part of the Jewish community. If New York City's taught me anything.
All right, we're going to take a quick break. We're almost at the 3-hour mark. Give us about 3 to 5 minutes, and we'll be right back.
Bye.
We are back. Okay, Helios, you have a good night, my man.
Yep, talk to you guys later.
Thanks for coming by. Alright. We're ready for more of this. Dear God.
Yeah, you guys hear me?
Oh, hey, Manya. What up?
Don't tell me what I'm ready for.
Yeah, I don't know what happened with my Bluetooth connection. It suddenly dropped.
Well,
are you good? Do you have something to say?
Yeah,
or?
Yes.
Go on.
It's a lot of yeses.
Alright, you can hear you.
Nah, let's go.
Okay.
They don't happen overnight.
Well, no, they don't happen overnight, but why can't these people go to their own stalls? Why does it have to be these people can't come here? Because it really sounds like this is and I hate to say it, but this does sound like a segregation talking point just retrofitted onto trans people.
But it clearly is not. I mean, there's no even comparison between the two.
Yes, there is. You're telling people they can't exist here, so they should be segregated, and you all already agreed on that. So what do you mean it can't be compared? You didn't have a problem. He didn't have a problem with the guy comparing being trans and getting surgery with getting a tattoo, but he has a problem with this.
Okay, I have to repeat the thing I said. I've said it several times. These are several white guys just desperate to go get through this without being called bigots. That's exactly it. Because that is straight up right. And he had no rebuttal except for nuh-uh.
No.
He just desperately doesn't like to be called out on him.
It's several white guys and a sexually confused Jewish woman.
Do y'all hear that in the distance? I think I hear something in the distance. It sounds like Steve. He's.
Oh God.
Oh, he fell on the sidewalk again.
This is the best fucking add-on Discord has ever fucking had. Oh my God.
I'm gonna.
I absolutely think there is, because you can't exist in these spaces because it makes us feel icky.
Difference between people that have different skin colors and the biological people differences between the people that have different sexes is way.
Yes.
Well, I'm sorry. Hold on. Can we peel that one back one more time? I want to hear that because it was a race thing. So that's my wheelhouse.
Yep.
They don't happen overnight.
Well, no, they don't happen overnight, but why can't these people go to their own stalls? Why does it have to be these people can't come here? Because it really sounds like this is and I hate to say it, but this does sound like a segregation talking point just retrofitted onto trans people.
But it clearly is not. I mean, there's no even comparison between the two.
No. I absolutely think there is, because you can't exist in these spaces because it makes us feel icky.
Difference between people that have different skin colors and the biological people differences between the people that have different sexes is way more extreme.
The problem is that you have to change.
It was the dumb thing that I thought he said. Okay, so fucking first off, don't try to lump those two things together. They're not. They're completely separate. I don't. Oh, okay. First off, he's now highlighted the point that I literally said he became a Republican because he's a fucking racist, and he only became a Republican because the black guy became president. He said he became a Republican in 08, and now he's like, oh well, you know, it's the biological difference between black and white people.
Oh my
God! Here's the thing, though.
Melatonin, too much melatonin. Oh my God.
Too much of the ability to survive harsh sunlight makes you lesser than, apparently, somehow. I still don't know how that works.
I thought that would make us yeah.
It makes us the chosen ones because the fucking planet is dying and the sun is getting too hot. We'll be fine. But sorry, my brain is shutting down too because I'm dealing with the side chat.
It's okay, you're destroying on two fronts.
I know, right? It's nonsensical to even bring that point up, because one, like you said in the video, Atlas, is that you're saying people can't live in a space because they make you uncomfortable being there. Well, that's the same logic that was used to create all types of segregation laws. And now this guy is peeling back into that, being like, well, there's a biological difference. This is, what's his name, Matt Walsh, talking about how you can't be a black Little Mermaid because the water doesn't allow for X amount of light and shit. Like this guy's treading into just full-blown bigotry.
What he's saying is He's trying to say that the differences between skin tone is more extreme than the differences between genitals and the difference between biological sex. That's what he's trying to say. But what is it then? What are those differences that are more extreme between black people and white people? What could he possibly be alluding to?
Oh, by the way, does this guy strike anyone as like he would be the sort of person that would be a fan of Russian vids?
Axel, yeah.
God, don't bring up Russian
Is this just
vids.
Russian vids just in disguise?
Russian
just put
vids
himself
in
behind
disguise.
the Excel sheet?
I don't think Russian vids is smart enough to disguise himself, but maybe.
Sorry.
I mean, his picture is literally just from John Carpenter, so I mean, this motherfucker could just throw on another Neo from the Matrix LARPing asshole and then just get into the chat.
Yeah, fair enough.
Russian vids is stupid enough to misspell their own names, so they could have been going for Russian vids and typed Excel. So, I guess
and I don't think Steve McRae's smart enough to tell the difference at this point.
It's one of those things where, like, if you're gonna make that kind of a definitive statement to say that the differences between black people and white people are greater than and more extreme than the differences between genitals, I'm gonna need you to explain. I'm gonna need you to tell Elmo, because, believe it or not, the differences between genitals just as arbitrary as the differences between skin tones. Same thing. Same fucking thing. Same thing as being left-handed or right-handed. Same thing about having different eye color or different hair color. Same thing about having attached or detached earlobes. Same kind of thing as having tattoos or not having tattoos. It's all arbitrary.
Yeah, guess what? You know what might blow their minds? I walk into the men's room, not because I have a penis, but because I identify as a man.
Because you want to use the urinal part?
What?
No, I don't use urinals. No, I do sometimes. It depends. Depends on how dirty they are. Sometimes I use the urinal, but I don't like using them a lot. I would rather a men's room just have full toilets. I'd rather the men's and women's room be identical.
I am pro abolishing fucking urinals. Actually, interesting enough, so I was at the bar last weekend, and on the way there, we talked about my mom's husband mentioned that the bathroom in the bar we were going to has condoms in like a slot machine, like a 25-cent coin style machine. And I was like, what? Why aren't there condoms in the girls' bathroom? Like, there's pads and tampons, which is cool, but why isn't there condoms in there? And then his immediate response was, why would they need condoms? They don't have penises. And the look on my mom's face of like, because maybe she wants to have sex with somebody who has a penis.
We don't arm the sheep, we arm the wolves.
It was real. Oh, he was just like, oh yeah, I guess that makes sense. Like, he just didn't think about it for longer than half of a second. It was just really funny. And I was like, it reminds me of that. It reminds me of that. It's like, if you were going to make this like weird fucking definitive statement about race, and you're gonna make this, like, to say that it's so ridiculous to compare this arbitrary thing to this equal arbitrary thing by saying it's not arbitrary, explain it! Tell Elmo!
They are never going to explain it.
No, they're never going to explain it because it's just another way for them to build a divider. It's just like, oh, well, I mean, it's black people got it worse, so you can't complain.
They're
it's
not
a way to...
going to explain it because they don't want to just straight up say that they're bigots. That's why they're not going to explain it.
That's exactly it. That's what I was saying earlier. When he put his anchor down in that thing, that divider, the divider that you're talking about, if he just removed it, he wouldn't have to hate anybody. But as long as it's there, he can be he's going to be a bigot. But he doesn't have to be. You just remove it. And you're
you could just not. Throughout this entire stream, you could always just not. Like this stream we're watching, they could have just not. You could just not. You could just keep your bigotry in your brain, so that way nobody's going to be mad at you, because then it's not because we're not going to be about thought crime here. You're allowed to have your beliefs and you're allowed to have your thoughts, but as soon as you put it onto a stream, oh, we're going to rip you apart.
Let them hang themselves.
It's like fascinating that they are like they are like saying that women are okay with each other's vaginas, but they won't be but looking at another person's junk will be comfortable. Like, are you fucking kidding me?
Manya, we have to protect all of the innocent women from the big bad peepees.
God.
Because, all the women that we want to be mothers who are going to have to deal with children who have peepees.
Look, most of them might be bad, but
you know
I
what
doubt
we
very
have
many
here
of them are big.
for those people? You know what we have there? If there are children present, we have family rooms.
Yep.
Family changing rooms.
Yep. That involves
Women
women, and children. Yep.
Women can't be alone.
And that's fine for some reason.
Because that's when the cockman strikes.
Not the cockman, no!
My pee-pee is not so bad. Here,
This
I'll
is-
send you guys all pictures, and you guys tell me.
This
how
is
bad
such
it
a.
is.
This is such
Tell me
like
on
a.
a voodoo doll where I touched you.
This is also such like a misogynistic idea too. Like this entire concept that like a woman wouldn't know what to do if she ever saw a penis, or like a woman wouldn't know what to do if she was ever like alone in the bathroom with a predator. Like as if like men are just naturally stronger than women, so therefore in every situation the man is going to win that fight, and it's like maybe not.
Somebody wanna let Tia Carrera, the former mixed martial artist, full-time anti-Semite, know that any man could kick her ass just simply by being born a man, even though she is a 240-pound fighter, because that's what these guys think.
Oh, this is the same thing when people were talking about, there were men unironically saying that they thought they could beat Serena Williams or score a point against Serena Williams in tennis just because she is a woman and they're a man.
Listen, that is, I'm gonna just give a bit of a story. There was when I was in middle school, there was a local little event at my middle school, and there was just some guy who was like a college basketball prodigy who'd never made it famous. He showed up there and was like, if you could score a point on me, you win and you get a little prize. It was some middle-aged white dude, and a whole bunch of the black guys who lived in the area was like, I could beat him. Now I played basketball. I got fucking torched. Because he is a former pro athlete. Regardless of the scenario, you're not an athlete. The scenario changes based on the person who is you think, I can score on Serena Williams?
3-time Grand Slam winner. And this was before she decided she didn't want to play recently, which was recent, yeah.
I mean, most former athletes are still really good at their sport compared to a normal person. Brian Scalabrine is a meme lord of a basketball player, and there's video after video of him torching normal people.
I just meant, for context, this is she was, considered at the top of her game. They were like, yeah, we can totally score a point against her because we're men. It's like, these men have this ideology about themselves and about women. They just have this idea that women are just inherently vulnerable and inherently weaker in general and need to be protected just from the idea that there might be a penis nearby. It might, not even, because there's not even going to be a guarantee that there's a penis. It's just the threat of there being a biological male around because they've already let go of that. The penis is the problem. It's that there might be 2 X chromosomes, or whatever the fuck it is. Oh, X and a Y chromosome. Oh no!
Yeah, Kyle XY, dog.
I know for what, me personally, am very concerned about the chromosomes of the other person in the stall next to me. How much longer before they start picking on other people because of the number of chromosomes they had?
I mean, how long before?
How far are we from shitting on disabled people?
I mean, how far are we from going, hey, your genetic code is different, your skin turned out different, so you got to use a different bathroom. Oh, wait, we did that.
Oh, wait!
We did do that. It was pretty popular here, too.
Listen, you can't, they're not even comparable. That's just it's drastically different for reasons, because I said so.
What about Jamie Lee Curtis's chromosomes?
What?
She's XY.
Oh, is she?
Yeah.
No, I didn't know that.
Halloween's a good movie.
Jamie Lee Curtis is awesome.
Yeah.
It's almost like we use more than one thing to identify somebody in society and biologically, and it's almost like there have been professional biologists who have told Steve differently than what he is portraying here, and he's ignored them.
People's minds before you change the infrastructure. That's the problem.
I agree,
And
100%.
it's quicker to change the infrastructure than to change people's minds.
No,
and
Aaron, that's
also, like, when you have
lazy. That's fucking lazy. That's not quicker.
You don't need to change people's minds to change the infrastructure.
Yeah, that's
just not
Man,
true.
I don't know. Our infrastructure here, like, yeah, is like I get it, like old infrastructure, okay, maybe not. But what we don't do is like if someone's using our bathroom, we just don't go like, why are you here?
Hi again.
Okay, you're a guy. You want to do use.
Hi.
Hey. Yeah, it's like, yeah, convince people. Yeah, if you will stop fighting over these imaginary monsters, maybe you should spend your energy convincing.
But there also are, but all these people that are arguing this are arguing against convincing people.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, maybe spend your energy on convincing people to change the infrastructure to accommodate, everyone.
Right, but what I'm saying, what they're arguing for is that trans people need to be more patient, and it takes time to change the infrastructure, and then Aaron added in that you can't change the infrastructure without changing people's minds. Right? But all of them are arguing, but all of them are against changing their minds initially, so this whole thing is a non sequitur anyway, because none of them think this is a good idea in the first place.
Yeah.
And on top of that,
round and round.
What I talked about earlier about them being like honestly looking for information, none of them are actually looking for information. They're waiting for somebody to throw facts into their minds to change their mind, and that's not possible. This is about like some things that are hurting people, and you would think that if any of them had any empathy for these people that are being hurt, that they would want like the most up-to-date, like factual, unbiased information they could get. And have any of them, laughing as I'm asking this, come to the table with anything even remotely close to that?
No, they're not coming to solutions. They're well, yeah, you don't count. You don't count. You're the one person. You're the trans person doesn't count.
So rude.
I don't have rights even in this goddamn chat. Fuck.
Get the fuck out of here.
So rude, and so rude you are.
Oh god. It's one of those things where it's like there's
I decided I have rights.
Oh, okay. You know what? I'm convinced. Go ahead.
We're live, by the way, Eggy.
Oh, nice.
Egghead knows that. He was in the side chat.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I came in earlier.
Yo, what's going on, man? Got some thoughts on the matter?
Just same old. Dealing with crapola behind the scenes of my life.
I did see your video about Jared. Congratulations.
Oh, man.
How far away do you think Steve is from Jared at this point? Because I think he's been inching closer and closer and closer with the amount he's been talking about kids' sexuality.
He technically has a job.
God, I mean, I don't even want to think of that.
Whoops.
Hurts your soul, right? It hurts your soul.
It does. I'm just thinking to myself, no, I don't want to.
Little Mermaid.
I bet if someone suggested for Jared to be on Non Sequitur, Steve will let him on because he doesn't do any research. And
he would.
I'm gonna send him a DM.
Oh,
I'm gonna see what DM and see if he's
he would
stupid
sit there.
enough to take it.
He would sit there and let Jared talk about his how people thinking he's a weird pedo freak is ageism. I guarantee it.
He'll
You know he
free
would.
stream.
But I don't think Jared would ever go for it because he'll just probably think, "Oh, these people were sent by DP."
He's gonna bring Jared on to talk about Jared's opinion about trans people and sexualization of children.
And also why the Little Mermaid should still be a white redhead.
And hand exercises.
I really want that 16-year-old ass, says the quartering.
These fingers everywhere.
Disgusting.
Get me out. Okay, are we ready to hit play?
Up the world, I want to get off.
Like the dressing room, like where you have, at least where I live, there, like at our public swimming pool, there's literally only 3 small, tiny little stalls where people could use them in the entire locker room. So I think part of the issue too is that, let's just say the people that feel uncomfortable are going to use the changing rooms. There's not enough for people to so it's like, okay, well then we're going to wait or whatever. And so I think part of that needs to change, but
that's, I mean, I'm sorry that I feel like that's just something they'll have to deal with. I mean, if they're gonna, but that's my personal bias on the matter. Okay, fine, I can grant that. But like, I still though, like, okay. Now, if we're talking swimming pools or whatever, first of all, if there's a trans woman in the locker room with you, you're not gonna know that there's a trans woman, because I've seen some trans women who are just dropped it.
It is a terrible idea to make this about whether or not you pass. This is what I mean when I'm not a fan of Erin, but I'm not trying to pick on her in particular, specifically because she's trying, but her starting points are not good starting points for the conversation, so I think she's a detriment to the conversation. She is not attacking this from, not only is she attacking this from the wrong angle, but she's accidentally excusing more bigotry by doing so, and enabling more bigotry in doing so because of her ineptitude in this particular conversation.
Just a question. This was my first time meeting Erin.
Yeah.
So has Erin ever had like a panel experience before this?
Yes.
Has she ever?
Yes.
Okay, and she's still this fucking awful?
Yeah. Oh yes.
Yeah, she's no. Yeah. The thing is that she is, when there's a topic she cares about, she will do the homework. But when there's a topic, she's just, in this one, she's just breezing by. When she doesn't care, or if she's scared of being wrong, she will skim over that topic superficially, like she's doing it here. So she's very selective, and she's just here to blow smoke up Steve's arsehole. That's all it is.
Well, I have the most hope for Erin out of this panel.
Oh, you're the only one. We had hope for Erin once. It's only gone poorly. Good luck to you. Maybe it'll work for you.
Well, I mean, I'm just gonna Luke Skywalker this shit, so...
One can only hope.
Yeah. Again, what I mean to say is that you can, if you make this about whether or not trans people pass as women, you're doing them a disservice. Because it's not about whether or not they pass. That's why it also doesn't matter whether or not they have a dick. Let people be fucking comfortable and make the change rooms individual rooms. Stop pretending like you're having any kind of nuanced conversation when there is a greatly easily accessible answer. The fact that you're even engaging this like it's a real fucking topic is fucking absurd bigotry in the first place, and the only reason Atlas is putting up with it because Atlas has no other choice and was duped into fucking being here. My fucking god. Like that. Summoned. Yeah, pretty much. You were brought in under essentially what I would call false pretenses.
They sacrificed to the woke Bible, and then I just appeared.
I
was too damn cute for them.
Wait, did they slay a goat?
Yeah.
Well, they
let it go.
The woke Bible is anything the Republicans say is.
It's that book about two daddy penguins. It's the two daddy penguins.
Not the penguins, anything but the pangans.
It's a paradox.
Or the two lion brothers.
No.
Brothers in quotation marks.
You mean to tell me that the book about the genderless sky daddy that like had sex with a woman to give birth to himself, to sacrifice himself to himself, is not woke.
He's also a bird too.
God
Don't forget that.
also has
no,
a gender
he's totally
for
not woke.
sure. Definitely.
At least in Hinduism, like we have a deity who's like half man and half woman, like we call, it's Shiva. Shiva is said to have the both male and the feminine energy, and can take both forms if they wish to.
Angels
So
are supposed to be
I'm
completely
like,
androgynous. Angels aren't supposed to be male or women.
Manya, we need to talk at some point a little bit, if you don't mind.
Yeah, we'll hook you up. We'll hook you up.
Yeah, because like, because like I am so down with fucking Hinduism right now. I can't even stand myself.
Might have a convert.
Oh.
Oh no, I had an experience, and I'm not gonna shove it down my throat, but I liked it. I like it.
Okay, yeah, good for you, buddy. Yeah.
Yay.
We will talk. We'll talk.
Definitely, because I need to find out which fucking translations to get. Because right now I'm currently looking at
Dapper might be able to
Sanskrit.
help you with that. If you are looking for translations, Dapper is your guy.
Yeah, I need to, because right now I am literally looking at learning Sanskrit, and this is fucking gonna take me months.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a complex language. Yeah. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Shall we?
Yeah.
They're very passive.
You know, you're not gonna know. Yes,
Right.
yeah, you're not gonna know. So I mean, here's the thing: unless you're at the door and you're demanding, like, genital checks or something, chances are you've already changed in front of a trans woman several.
Again, we're skipping over that in the news. Before this stream took place, there was issues of women having cops show up for other biological women in women's spaces.
Yeah, because they were dressed as tomboys.
Yep.
And other women, and Karen was like, "You're not a girl, get out of here." And when the girl said, "I am a girl, leave me alone," she called cops on her. And so, yeah.
Demanding to see these minors' genitals. Because
How
they
dare
did
you.
not guarantee that the women that they were talking to were of age in those spaces.
When the fuck did women start doing the Viking way, to where like we just gotta reach up your sleeves of your shirt to find out if you have any knives up there?
I don't know, probably around the time that we were checking hymens for virginity.
Yep.
Oh, God.
Fuck me.
Yeah. Good luck.
Good, yeah.
I don't think anyone wants to be a woman, to be honest. I think you're just born the way you are. And so when you transition, you don't want to be here. Nobody wants to be here. This place is awful. You're here because you have no other choice.
Well, I'm here by choice, apparently, so yay.
Oh, no, I mean that you were trans, and
It
you were
was by
born
design.
trans, so you are a woman anyway.
True.
Back in the racist drug illegal days, they did a lot of stuff in America where they tied them both together, where they made things like coke and crack and stuff like that illegal by making arguments like black people are going to do coke and rape your daughters. Like, this is...
Oh, yeah. Oh, God, I forgot that. Yeah, you.
This is how those laws passed. And this is the same kind of scare bullshit tactics that are happening with this now. And it's only hurting people with people being scared of trans people going to the bathroom. Now it's just literally hurting, I don't want to say innocent people, but it's nobody who they want to hurt is getting hurt.
Yes, yeah, they want to hurt women.
Well, I mean, no. The people who want to hurt trans people are not hurting trans people. They're just hurting random people because they're scared.
The people who want to hurt trans people are the same people who want to hurt women.
Right.
They're the same
Women
people.
are being hurt, but when you're scared, everybody gets hurt. That's what happens. Because that's what always happens. No, your fear never hits a target. It just splashes like a freaking somebody hitting a watermelon with a hammer. You don't ever get to hit a target when you're using fear.
It's spray and pray.
times by now.
I think that's. I even said that before. That I was like, look, it is a lot of dependent on passability, and unfortunately, that this is a societal thing.
No, it's not. No, it should not. It doesn't get to be about passability because who is going to decide what counts as passable? Straight white men who just want to sexualize everything women do, and so if they're not sexy enough to the straight cis white man, that you get to decide, because that means there are lots. It means that there are women who will not pass by your fucking random ass standards, individual.
Also, I don't want to know what kind of women they think are attractive.
Right?
What if what they think is attractive is a chick with like no ass, and I'm all about the ass. So by that same logic,
Steve claims to be a sapiosexual, meaning that his interest in somebody is reliant on their knowledge and capabilities when it comes to brain power. Is he gonna then decide that gender and who's allowed to use what bathroom is based on a fucking IQ test that you have to take while you gotta piss?
Well, then Steve wouldn't be able to use the bathroom.
Steve kind of comes across.
He doesn't leave the house. It doesn't matter.
Steve kind of comes across like somebody who came across a surprise dick in bed.
Aww.
Anything but that. Was it his own?
Well, no, probably not his own. But now suddenly he's like, what do you call it? Like on a revenge quest, so to speak.
He's on a revenge quest because he's mad that I had the biggest dick on Non Sequitur.
It's also like he's demonizing. He is demonizing men, and he's demonizing himself in the end. Like he's saying that men only transition.
Well, I couldn't be trusted to go into a woman's bathroom.
Skills.
According to Russian vids.
Isn't it? But that's the whole thing. Like Chess just said, though, is that they can't be trusted. That's always the biggest thing. They can't be trusted to not do something horrible. Well,
they're telling on themselves, right? Because this whole time they're saying they couldn't understand this or think that this is true because they can't empathize with it. Meaning that there are things that they can empathize with, and the thing that they're empathizing with is that men go into women's bathrooms to be predators and can't be trusted in bathrooms, and if it were them, they would do it. They're just telling on themselves as predators.
Steve McRae.
Yep.
Sounds like a you problem, but this was back to what I think the argument was on Twitter, is that about...
You're still battling with me on Twitter.
Atlas, do you think women have a right to at least express a concern that they shouldn't be in the same spaces, like example in the army training manual here or in prison, because there have been transgender women housed with female...
You do not want to start talking about women's assaults in prisons.
Yeesh.
Yeah.
Shall
we start talking about men's assault?
Shall we
start talking about men's assault?
But this is also not an issue. This is not an issue of gender problems. This is an issue of prisons being a fucking problem in America.
Exactly.
It's not about their gender. It's about the society and the systemic problems within the fucking prison and the way they're fucking structured. It's a structural problem, the same way every other problem that you've brought up is a fucking structural problem. So you need to fix the structure.
We can't do that, though, Josh, because the architecture doesn't allow for it.
The architecture doesn't allow for that!
Says
Get a
new
new one.
Talking about American issues.
Get a new architecture.
I need a meme. We gotta make a meme. The architecture does not allow for that.
The memes.
I am about to tweet on Twitter, like, I'm a woman and I'm okay with trans women using my bathroom with me. Fuck all the white knights out there. I'm typing that.
I played Prison Architect, and since you had trans people, it's game over.
Yeah, the game actually just shuts off on you if you try
guys,
to...
Guys, you know all the... You know that all those people...
I heard that.
You know that all those people that were building all the architecture throughout the ages were definitely all straight people, right? And cis.
Yeah, it's been my firmly held experience that all of the creative theater types and interior designers have been incredibly straight and definitely.
Of those creative people out there were definitely all straight.
Look, I'm just saying, Michelangelo didn't draw a lot of dicks for nothing.
I am convinced that Michelangelo was purposefully trolling the Catholic Church.
Oh,
I mean,
fuck yeah.
He
that
he
was
didn't come up
so
with the
hilarious.
helicopter.
That's the biggest practical joke in history.
He didn't come up with a helicopter. He came up with helicoptering, and people just had it misconstrued.
Prisoners. My only question was, do you think that the women there have a right to be concerned, or is this merely they need to get over it? And you said the word icky, if I thought.
Have you asked women?
Okay, fuck me. Can I explain this stupid fucking thing he just said?
Yes.
Okay, so he brought up this thing. Steve had during that original tweet, I was like, no, actually, the LGBTQ community is still about progression and about moving forward and trying to get equal rights for everyone. That's what I said. They're just trying to have an equal space. And then he starts going like, yeah, well, what about women being forced to shower with biological males? And then I said, hey, that's fear-mongering. And he said, fear-mongering how? So I gave him the definition of fucking fear-mongering and then said, this is no different from when, during segregation era, to where when Native Americans, fuck me. When African Americans were integrating into white neighborhoods, the KKK would show up and say, hey, they're going to force you to marry your children to black people, was what they would say. And it was horrible. And when I put that, he said, so kids should shower with kids, right? And I said, no, you're trying to produce an ick factor, is what I said. You're trying to fearmonger.
You're manufacturing.
And so he just says, right. And so if you rewind just the tiniest bit there, what he says, so you would say it's icky? Like I'm somehow the transphobe, you fucking dickhead?
That they shouldn't be in the same spaces.
Has he asked women? Has he asked women like if we are comfortable with showering with trans women?
There's 2 women here and they're not.
He
allowed
has
to
not
speak.
asked any woman on Twitter anywhere. But and again, the thing is that.
But he's also jumping between 2 different things, right? He's jumping between women forced to be in the same area showering as trans women, which no, you're fucking not. That's not a thing. You can choose to shower at fucking home if you want. The only one that was brought up was a fucking clickbait title from a school that mishandled a situation, which is a problem on the school handling the situation. We've talked. They're rejecting the idea of changing the way that they're rejecting the architecture change, and they're saying that that women are being forced to shower in the same space at like pools or the gym, and they're rejecting any idea that comes along with mitigating that problem as well, and then is now jumping into women in prisons being forced to share space with trans people. And here's the thing. When was the last time Steve watched a documentary or visited a women's prison to see what it was like? Or talked to women who had been in women's prison? I did.
Would you like me to tell you what a women's prison is? Because my mother was a corrections officer. So.
Yeah, there you go. Tell me. Go ahead.
Well, my mom said they're horrible. It's usually kept filthy and disgusting. The women are not treated like very. My mom left specifically because they treat the women so bad. They essentially, like, in her own words, kind of act like animals. They act like they're treated. And so she said it's a pigsty. They treat it like shit. They don't give the women proper care, whether it be for the different
cycles
issues. It's like cycles, things like that. Just get pregnancies, giving birth when they're in the prison. There a lot of times they don't have the medical supplies that they need in order to properly help them through the labor process. Like it's a whole bunch of shit.
But no. We're not concerned about any of those things. We're concerned about the one trans person that's going to end up in this area as if they're suddenly... This is, again, what I was saying about this fucking sexist idea that in an entire room full of women that are prisoners and criminals, the one trans person is just going to dominate the whole space.
It's an all-you-can-rate buffet, according to Steve.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, my God.
That's horrible. That's so horrible.
Fight.
Oh, my God.
I mean, you're not
kind of
wrong.
acting like-
Filter. I need to think before I
No,
speak.
you're
And
right. You're 100% right.
And it's not like, and like Shesh said, maybe then make the prisons better, make the prisons safer, for individuals, residing in
And
those
if
prisons.
a trans person or a rapist, because that's the real problem, he's talking about rapists. If a rapist needs to be in an individual cell, then the rapist needs to be in an individual cell. It doesn't matter what their gender is.
Here's the thing.
Exactly.
Here's the thing of it is though, is that like people who commit sexual assault, specifically pedophiles, are kept in the PC unit. They're kept away from other inmates, even in my mom's security, jail,
because the other inmates are gonna beat the shit out of them.
Yeah, exactly. That was my whole thing. So we treat literal kid diddlers in prison with more safety concerns than we do women / trans people.
Yeah.
We want this pedophile to get beat the fuck up, so we keep them away from the wild criminals who do things like steal stuff from stores because they're poor.
Just
fucking like if you introduce a trans person. They're acting like if you introduce a trans person into a prison space, that like the well-oiled machine that creates all the gumdrop rainbows will break down.
Right, as if because they said a trans person, somebody who's biological man, this person may or may not still have a penis, and they just assume that because this person was a dude at some point in their life, no idea of when, but at some point in their life, when they were a baby, they had these specific chromosomes that if you drop them in a prison with a bunch of women, they're just going to dominate and rule the space over and lord their manpower over all of the women that are there. Are you how much of a fucking male supremacist could you fucking be?
Now, let me tell you a story real quick. There was one time, it was a guy, it was a prison that had like both male and female like parts, were kind of part of the same kind of prison, but they were separated. But there was a guy who was trying to break out of prison, but what he ended up doing was he accidentally went the wrong way and ended up breaking into the female area and ended up like breaking or falling into a cell with like a few females in it. And
you know who can actually
he was brutally raped and sexually assaulted until he could get saved in the morning by guards. And so yeah, he didn't suddenly become king of the cell.
Shocking.
Yeah. Are they concerned about like male prison guards at all? Male prison guards who monitor female prisons. They're not worried about that.
The police don't.
They are people in authority and control,
like
actually.
that. Yeah, no. The police have never assaulted anybody or had any kind of
that's
corruption.
never happened.
It's not a thing.
Yeah.
That's a liberal.
Ooh, sorry.
I don't know when Steve started like thinking this superficial and shallow. God. When
he's always
like,
had the male be better lilt to him. I've called him on it publicly a couple of times, like on stream live with him.
Yeah. You have, but I would like again we would give him charity.
It's gotten bad.
And say,
yeah.
It's definitely gotten worse.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so why do these people tend to treat? You know what? I think that in most of these transphobe bigot cases, that they think of trans people as like they're the fucking frog DNA from Jurassic Park. That at any point we could just like sprout a huge throbbing cock to use at any point.
You'd be like Alex Jones. I don't want to put chemicals in the water.
It's like it's never happened, like men rushing into women's bathroom and pulling out their dicks and running out. It's never happened.
Oh my god.
Here's the thing.
He's been on Twitter too long and he thinks Fudas are real.
I stand by what I was saying. I am convinced that almost all bigotry towards LGBTQ plus people is directly related to women, like hating women. I'm convinced it
Oh, yeah.
all comes down to actually just hating women, and it just takes
That's
on a
a
little
form.
bit of a different form. It's still like the core principles are exactly the same for the exact same. Like the Venn diagram's a circle. The Venn diagram is a circle.
You think all this big cock obsession comes from an overly like an over obsession with futanari porn?
They're running from their
Absolutely.
gay thoughts.
No, not the
Yeah.
gay thoughts. Anything but the gay thoughts. That's that gay agenda Steve brought up in the
Oh,
first
that
half.
Akira meme. I need to find that Akira meme. That's something I can make.
Oh yeah, the one of us get out of my head.
Yeah.
So
Gay
Akira
thoughts,
Makiba
just
says,
put it
well,
big
being
text.
uncomfortable sounds like a you problem, but this goes back to what I think the argument was on Twitter, is that about, I was asking, Atlas, do you think women have a right to at least express a concern that they shouldn't be in the same spaces, like example in the Army training manual here or in prison, because there have been transgender women housed with female prisoners. My only question was, do you think that the women there have a right to be concerned, or is just merely they need to get over it? And you said,
Before he misrepresents what you said, nobody's stopping women from complaining. Right.
Yeah.
Nobody's stopping women from being concerned. People are saying fear-mongering is bullshit, and maybe that some of the and people have every right to push back on those fears about whether or not they're legitimate. And assess and treat women like adults and assess their claims and fears about a topic, and those women are allowed to ask those questions and get legitimate answers and then assess for themselves how they fucking feel about it. Stop fucking being a dick to women, Steve.
Yeah, if Steve
Stop
cared,
talking for us, man. Fuck off.
if Steve cared about whether or not, I guess his views were bigoted, I guess his question is so like, his question is what's the word? It's fucked up. I don't know exactly how to put it, but it's like his question should be, you know, are their concerns like legitimate, or are their concerns
Are there
reasonable?
ways to address these concerns? Like, you know, having individual shower stalls or improving the overall safety within the prison system. Or, like, because that's a thing that conservatives want to do. Improve the fucking prison system.
That's difficult, Shish.
Because I could say,
the foundation, the structure, the architecture.
because I could say that, okay, well, is it okay that a whole other group of ladies is concerned that these group of ladies are concerned? So now where are we? Now can we just circle jerk about this stupid ass argumentation now? Can we just do that? Can we all just, you know?
And also like this whole thing of like misrepresenting the whole thing, like Chef said that they're being told to just get over it. No, like Chef said, no one is telling them that to do that, but that, like, and I think so, who said that here, I don't know, I'm on mobile phone, so I don't know, but one of the people said here, the same thing was done with, you know, with Black Americans. The same thing was with Black Americans, and the same thing was with gays, you know, and lesbians. We are still struggling with that. So, but we did reach normal. We did reach like a normal, slightly still going into the, you know, towards the cliff, but we did. So we will get to that normal, but we need supporters for that to address women's fears and find out which part is legitimate and which part is illegitimate.
If women
Not like
are afraid,
she's scared, that's it.
If women are afraid of men, then men need to address men, not trans women.
Yep.
That's a novel idea.
Imagine that.
I'd like to hear Steve address where the term "there goes the neighborhood" came from.
Yeah.
Why is it that bigots seem to think that if they just say, "I'm not a bigot," and name it something else, that everybody will like suddenly not be able to perceive their shitty behavior? It's like if a kidnapper was like, "I'm just a human location randomizer."
It was like when we were in the mod call and Mr. Sirius called, you know, Steve out for gaslighting Kish, and Steve was like, "Don't say that, Mr. Serious. Come on."
Okay, no, seriously, real story here. John Foley, God, I'm gonna lose it. Brain. What did you say right before Manya spoke? Real quick.
That men, if men are the problem, like if women are afraid of men, then men need to fix it. Men need to address that.
No, that's what he said. Sorry, what is it?
The
person that looks
architecture.
like Jesus.
Oh, David, the random human relocator.
Yeah.
Yeah. So can you read just quick real quick? I had something important. It's something John Foley said, and it relates.
Repeat what you said, David, if you don't mind.
I had said
identity. Yeah.
Yeah. I was saying like the people who think that they're bigots or whatever. They'll just say I'm not a bigot.
Yes, I got it. Okay, yeah. So John Foley had on my channel, and the conversation is still up if the coward didn't delete it. It should be on my video titled "Is homosexuality is not immoral?" is the name of the video. And if you go on there, he tries to argue bigot out of existence. The word itself, he wants to pretend like the word means nothing. I fucking promise you, you could go to my channel right now, pull it up. It's in one of those lines text because I just had fucking full-on forum debate in my fucking video commentary. And at some point he decides to... Oh, and he brought up the freaking cake from 2016. The cake situation. Yeah, no cap. He just says, like, bigot is a word that's overused, so it's overly saturated, so we should just get rid of the word bigot. And I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about? That is the stupidest shit I've ever heard.
It's oversaturated when people keep calling him it.
Steve's sick of... Yeah, I was about to say that. You beat me to it, Mr. Serious.
I just think bigotry is a very specific kind of stupidity.
Yeah, and it's easily defined and pointed out, but no, bigotry can't exist if the word doesn't exist. Just like only trans people are normal now because cis doesn't exist.
Semantics. That'll solve the problem.
The word issue, I thought the word used.
Yes, because I was responding to the way that you put it. If you want to pull the tweet up, we can go over it.
No, that's cool. I just want.
I'm not gonna pull up the tweet. I'm just gonna misrepresent it. I'm just gonna misrepresent it and make you address what I'm saying you said, and what I'm now presenting that I said, rather than actually just showing it. What a bitch. Okay, guys, I need an old school hashtag in the chat. If you all don't mind, just popping over the chat real quick and throw in a hashtag bitchmade for Steve over here. Thank you.
Oh, bitchmade. I thought we were gonna do the facts don't care about your feelings, but I think bitchmade fits.
Yeah, that's a good one as well. But we'll do with bitchmade.
I don't want to take things out of context. So,
okay, I'll go ahead and just. Oh, sorry.
If you're watching in the future and you've made it this far, particularly if we're on part 2, could you please also leave me a comment that says Steve #bitchmade in the comment section? I would greatly appreciate it. Thank you so much for making it this far.
I was just going to say that my argument was saying if there are women that are expressing concerns about this, what are the concerns that women have, and should we be listening to them? And
he literally already has Twitter pulled up in the tabs. He has it right fucking there. Oh,
he's afraid of me.
He has women in his panel he could ask.
Yeah.
Nope. Women aren't allowed to speak on Steve's Discord.
Thing is, yes, I think they have valid concerns because I differ with you. I think that a biological male stays a biological male their entire life. It is immutable. It does not change. No chemical, no operation can change that. They are still biologically male.
This is not true. This is a bigoted talking point. This is not a true fact.
Chesh. Don't use the word bigot.
Biology is more complicated than that. Biology... Thank you. Biology does not have a solid binary system. The only biology that has a solid binary system like that is the concept when it is introduced to you at a very young age. That is not how actual biology functions. It's just a representative to help you understand the concept when the larger concept is too big. You need to start somewhere. And starting with very complex biological structures and systems is too much when you're in like grade 5. So, maybe, Steve, you should listen to the professional biologists that you've had conversations with on this matter who told you were incorrect about biology being two-dimensional. And if that really is too much for you to understand, let me put this in terms you can understand. When you have a binary choice, you have 4 options. You have true, false, neither true nor false, and both true and false. So if you have atheism, and you believe that no God exists, and you believe a God exists, you also have you believe neither a God exists and a God exists, or you believe both a God exists and does not exist. Or, to put it in the form of biology, if you have female and male, you also have both female and male, and neither male nor female. This is still bare bones basic, you absolute bitch.
Yeah, I mean, I wonder how he would even be able to explain Jamie Lee Curtis at this point.
He wouldn't.
No, he'd rather hang out with Saiten Brugacade and suck off James Tor.
More solipsism, please.
Said no one ever.
Said no one ever.
Although they identify as female. Now, I have no problem separating gender from sex, even though, back in our day, usually they were synonymous. If you said gender, it meant sex. There was really no difference between them.
You've been failing at it for an hour. At minimum, just on this one stream. So, no, you can't. Don't lie to yourself.
They were just used interchangeably, but I understand now that in modern times, there are reasons why you may want to differentiate. I get that. If you want to pick one schema, that's fine. You want to pick the other one, I don't care one way or another. But biologically, this is what I think the pushback has been, is that when the ideology is such from the gender studies or gender ideologies that say, oh look, you can actually change your sex, your biological sex. You are now a female in every single way.
They have had to backpedal so far in what identifies somebody as male. The identifiers for male started changing in probably the 70s. Men had long hair in the 70s. Men wore floofy shirts in the 70s. What is masculine has never been a definitive thing. If you want to define what are quote-unquote masculine traits, you tell us what the ideal of these masculine traits are. Some people will say it's Jesus, and he wore a dress and had long hair, and hang out with 12 dudes.
They was fucking.
Probably.
It's like the reverse of Snow White.
And we know Judas was the best one because everyone loves a bad boy.
All right, here's a question. What if somebody is born with both parts, but then the doctor removes the penis, but then they still identify as more of a male after the words, and
that happens to a lot of intersex people.
It does. But what if? How would Steve? Because this doesn't jive with what Steve's saying.
You're asking,
according to him.
Yeah, you're asking Steve something that is beyond his comprehension.
I mean, according to what things that
born with both, the fuck, like sharks.
I mean, according to what Steve's saying,
clownfish, bigotry.
There's always a bigger fish.
Look,
bigots exist in a.
Clownfish were just the Illuminati's first attempt before they moved on to gay frogs.
Bigots exist.
They've been at it for a long time.
Bigots exist in a world of black and white, and this is why I refuse to get into those areas. I exist in a world of grays. I refuse to get into black and whites for this exact reason. I don't want to fall into those traps.
You exist in a world of gays.
I exist in a world of gays. So
50 Shades of Gays.
50 Shades of Gays.
I think I saw that one.
I don't... I can't believe this fucking shit. It is, like, you can literally argue against Steve using his own principles. And it, like, my dude...
What principles?
The fucking
Just
philosophy of
words.
fucking 1, 2, and 3, right? The
But
cardinal
Jess,
options.
No, I'm just
He's
saying
learning
Steve
from
doesn't
Jordan
have any
Peterson,
principles.
Yeah,
Jordan
fair.
Peterson's doing so well.
Oh yeah, that guy's definitely not losing his mind and evolving into actual monkeydom.
He's totally gonna win his lawsuit.
Oh God.
There's so many, like, just... All of this is so nonsensical, and I think I said this last time. We could have turned this stream off in the first 5 minutes and written the whole thing off as absolutely garbage, and, like, just saying
it's way
nothing.
more fun this way.
But it's like a train. It's like a train wreck. You just can't stop but look.
Well, I wanted to
We
go to
can
see how bad it
stop.
got, but it's one of those things where it's beyond just curiosity, and it's beyond just, like, we're looking at bigotry here. It's been an hour, and they're discussing change rooms and bathrooms as if they're an actual problem, to the point that Steve brought up women's prisons, unironically, completely ignoring the whole thing, that there are massive issues in prisons, especially in women's prisons. Massive issues. They're actually trying to have a conversation about bathrooms while completely shutting down any solution, as if there are no solutions except that trans people just need to fuck off forever. How about you exist without public bathrooms? How about that? How about you go to your workplace and not be able to use the bathroom? How about you try to exist in society? I stand by this challenge. If being a trans person is so fucking easy, and if being a trans person has, like, all these issues to it, and you want to know how to solve those issues, and you think that trans people should just live in the fucking closet, you try living in the closet, Steve.
If the roles were reversed, then they'd be crying about it.
You need to go out and exist hiding the fact that you are a straight white man. Cis white man. So you need to go out into the world presenting as everything you possibly can to not be recognized as a man, and if you recognize it as a man, you failed. You live your life like that. You live your life like you have to behave, you have to dress, you have to act, you have to pretend as if you are not a man. Go do it. See how well that goes. See how repressive that feels. Then try to get a date. You try to go ahead and try to find somebody to date while you're not allowed to express who the fuck you are. And try to find other people who are going to be interested in you. Because now you're going to have to try and find people who are going to hook up with you while you're trying to be as passable as a woman as possible and trying to present yourself as not a man, and you're going to have to try and find a girl that's going to date you who's not a lesbian. At least there are lots of straight girls. You're gonna have an easier time. So, bitch, you do it. You're going to demand that other people do this shit? You fucking do it and see how it is and see how you fucking like it, piece of shit. Fuck you.
Thank you.
I mean, the worst part about all this is the changes that they're asking for only also just makes things more convenient for everyone else.
Yep.
It's so fucked up.
And
It's
I
like,
mean, like, it won't be easy for Steve as an asphalt sexual to actually be able to deal with his life. I'm sorry, I couldn't help it.
Well,
I brought it back. Let's
Hey.
go.
Look, he definitely gave the ground head.
There is no way that anybody should take anybody seriously that is making these kinds of points who is not willing to try to do the thing that they're demanding that other people do. if you're not willing to even make the step to see what that life would be like, that you're demanding that other people live by, then nobody gets to take your point seriously. Simple as that. If you want slavery to exist, you want to pull a G-man, and you want to say that slavery should exist, go live as a slave. Before you start pushing that on other people.
Show me a starving child. Show me a starving child.
If you want to go be if you want to say that trans people need to live in the fucking closet, need to get the fuck out of public spaces, go live your life as if you are not allowed to exist in society. And it's still going to be easier for you than what you're demanding on other people.
Live like me, Steve.
Try it. Go for it. See how it fucking
you
goes
won't
for
fucking
you.
last a month.
No way. No way.
Nah, he is not going to last a day. He's not going to last a day. I guarantee you. He's gonna go and hide behind Tino.
I'm absolutely blessed to be in the situation that I'm in, with my family and the understanding that I have with my closest members of my family, while also being ostracized and fucking constantly looked down upon simply for just the smallest little inconveniences or sleight of hand that shows what I really am. Steve, you have no fucking clue what it's like to be oppressed or fucking threatened with physical violence simply at the fact of being yourself.
And if you wanna pretend that you're an ally to anybody and you wanna pretend that your conversations are helpful, how about you fucking document your experience? Take a journal, take VODs, document your fucking experience trying to do this kind of shit.
You're gonna really love the part later where they talk about how, like, violence and discrimination towards trans people doesn't really exist anymore. That's been gone for years.
Yeah.
What?
Okay, well, we're gonna take that. We're gonna take that as.
So pissed.
We're
It's a
gonna
preview
take...
for after the break.
Yeah, no, we're gonna take a longer break because I don't know if I can handle any more of this right now, right this second today. I think we are also at the 4-hour mark, and I think that's a good place to cut it. So I think we stop here on this challenge for Steve, and we'll be back again to watch this more because we're gonna get. I will give no quarter, and I will get through this whole video. God damn it! I'm committed to this.
Yay.
How much have we covered today? Or you guys have covered today?
Like 15 minutes. 20. We got from 40 to an hour. So, and we have an hour and 55 left.
It's gonna get way wilder later.
Oh god. Listen,
so I think so. We have 5 more episodes.
I don't mind these being terribly long because, like I said, I want to give bigotry no quarter. I want to stop every fucking other seconds when they say something that's wrong and talk about the 7 levels of wrong that they are from every single different perspective of the plethora of diversity that we have in the chat. Like, that are in this window right now. We have a massively diverse group, and we have people that can come and people that can go, and I want to leave that open because they're not just wrong to trans people, they're wrong to men, they're wrong to women, they're wrong to trans people, they're wrong to gay people, they're wrong to LGBTQ plus people. Like I said, the philosophy of Pride is if you come for one of us, you come for all of us. So we're all gonna have issues with the shit that you're saying for a plethora of different reasons, and none of them are wrong, because it's not a competition. You're just a piece of shit. Thanks for coming. I hope you guys have fun.
They're proud of it.
I loved it.
I'm glad
I finished off an entire 2 6-packs.
Oh god, send me some.
Damn.
Really? Wow.
I'm fucked.
Damn, boy.
Dude, you're reaching David Boone levels of drinking.
So we're clear now, are we?
No.
Oh,
Do you want to be?
Are we coming back?
Alright. We're gonna get on out of here. Thank you so much for joining us. I'll let these guys goober on in the chat in the background. If you care to join us or care to join more of the discussion, feel free to join us in the Discord. If you wanted to see more fun nonsense, feel free to join us on YouTube as well. This will go up live on YouTube at a later date, and thankfully I have permission to not have to edit it a bunch to make sure that somebody's name isn't showing, because Steve's an asshole!
Yeah.
Before we head out,
come into the Discord.
Steve, stop using Shesh's art in your emotes.
Oh,
stop.
Yeah, Steve has been using my art as his member reward, so he's getting people are paying him for access to my art is what's happening right now.
Yeah, he's making money off your art. Yeah, right.
What honor?
Yeah. What
Steve?
honor?
Stop. Stop it.
Okay.
If you're that ethical, stop. Okay, I'm done.
Newton, if you want to keep, or Newtonia, whatever the fuck, if you want to keep having your discussion, the Discord is open forum. You're welcome to show up in there, but expect to get your ass beat. Thank you so much for coming. There are links down below. I am on Sky, by the way, now, so go and find me over there. I'd rather you find me over there than on Twitter. Whenever you get in, please feel free to give me a follow. And I'm going to get us out of here. Thank you so much. Don't forget to subscribe and follow and use your Prime if you got it. Greatly appreciated. And we'll see you guys next time. Bye-bye!
Bye.
Cheers.